Some of you may know a few years ago when we started up our channel, we actually did a Roblox Studio series on teaching you how to make a speed simulator. However, this series was outdated, it was really rushed, the code wasn't very optimized, and all in all, it just wasn't a very well scripted series at all. So what I'm doing now is we're going to reboot this series. It's going to be an updated version. It will be more precise, more accurate. I'll explain things in more detail. And all in all, it's going to be better. Recently, we posted a poll onto our YouTube channel community page, and I basically asked, would people like to see us reboot this series again? And most people said yes, and it was a lot. I think it was something like 80 to 20% ratio. So it was pretty good. So seeing as the majority of people would like us to restart this series or reboot it, that is what we're going to be doing. But this is going to be far more updated and better, just in general. So let's get right into it, people. Okay, so here we are. We've got a base plate for a Roblox game. Now, I'm not going to show you how to set up a new Roblox project. We may do that in the future. I can make a separate video if you would like. But once you've set up your Roblox project, you will have a plain base plate. I've just got some extra bits and bobs because this was kind of a storage dump for my other games. Okay, so to get started, we need to make some leader stats. So under server script service, we need to add a script, and I'm just going to rename the script to Leaderstats. And in here, this is where we're going to create our leader stats. So if you don't know what leader stats are, they're basically a kind of like a leaderboard, top right of the screen. It's like a local leaderboard, and it will display all of the players' stats. So to create this, we need to create a function which will be called whenever a player joins the game. That function will be game.players.playerAdded::connect function, and then we need to pass in the player that's joining the game. So this is creating a function that will be called whenever a player joins the game. Now, when the player joins the game, we need to create a new instance, which will be a folder. It'll be the leader stats, and we also need to create another instance which will be an integer, and that will be the points that the player has. So let's create our local leader stats. So we use local to define a local variable, and we're going to set this equal to instance.new, so it will be a brand new object which we're going to create as a folder, and we're going to put a comma after this folder and then put the player, and I'm using PLR for short, and we're going to pass that in as well. That means we're creating a new folder, and it's going to be inside of the player. What we can do now is say leaderstats.name equals leaderstats, spelt exactly like this, all lowercase. It has to be spelled exactly like that, or it will not work. And now we need to create our points. So local points equals instance.new, same thing as above here, but this, rather than being a folder, this is going to be an int value for an integer value, or an integer is a whole number. And then a comma, and rather than putting this inside the player, we want to put this inside the leader stats. And now let's call this points.name equals, and we'll call this points. And we also now need another value, points.value equals 0. Just so the default value of points is 0. So the player starts with no points. And that's it for our leader stats. Okay, now we can close up our leader stats script, and under workspace we need to add a script. And we're going to rename this to events. This is where all the main events of our game will happen. So within this script, we need to, essentially, we're going to have a remote event inside of the script, which will add our points together. Now, of course, you don't have to have this events under workspace, but we are going to, just for the sake of ease. So we're going to add in a remote event, and I'm going to rename it to add points. Now this script is in this script we need to write script.addPoints, which is the remote event we've just made, .onServer event, so when a server event is called, we need to say :connect function, and once again we're going to pass in a player. Now we need to add one to the points value, player.leaderstats.points.value plus equals 1. This will add 1 to the value of points. Okay, now that we've made that, we need to make the script that is going to adjust our speed, the player's walk speed, based on the number of points they have. Because after all, this is a speed simulator, and you need to get more points to become quicker. So under server script service, we're going to add a script, which I'm going to rename to speed, because that's what it does. Or actually, I'm going to call it speed manager. I'm going to rename it to speed manager. And inside the script, we need to do some basic calculations. So we're going to say while weight 0.5 do. So what this is doing is every half a second it's going to run whatever code is inside of here. We don't want to do this while wait, because otherwise it's going to do it, I think it would be something like, I could be wrong here, like 33 times a second. I might be wrong. It'll do it about 33 times a second, I'm pretty sure, which we don't really want. That will get very intensive and laggy, whereas this, it'll do it 2 times a second. So you can kind of see why, yeah, this is a bit better. Anyway, now let's say local children, because what we need to do now is create a local variable called children, which is going to be equal to the number of players in the game. So we'll set that equal to game.players:get children. So the children variable will be a table of every player in the game. We now need to loop through every player to check, to make sure, 1, that they have a character, and 2, they have a humanoid. And if they have those, we can then change their speed. So let's say for I equals 1, hashtag children do. Now this is creating a for loop which will run some code every time, well, from I equals 1 to the number. That's what the hashtag is, the number of children. So say there's 10 children, this code will run from 1 to 10 times. So that's 10 times. So now what we actually need to do in this for loop is check if the player has a character. So if children, and now we're going to do some square brackets I, so the index of the child. So say I is set to 3, because every time it loops through the number of children, it will increase by 1. So let's say we're on the 3rd child, I will be 3. So if the 3rd child is basically what we're saying here, dot character is not equal to nil, then this is basically saying if we have a character, then we're going to run some code. Local human, or hum I'm just going to call it, for humanoid equals children. Once again, I, because we want to access this character again. Dot character. Dot humanoid, and then we'll say if children. We don't actually need to do. Sorry, we don't actually need to do an if statement to see whether the player has a humanoid, because with Roblox, if a player has a character, they will have a humanoid. If the player dies, they don't lose their humanoid, but they lose their whole character in general. So we don't actually need to check if they have a humanoid. So next we want to basically check to see if the player's points are above 0, because it shouldn't be possible for them to be below 0, but say for whatever reason, maybe there was a bug or something like that, we need to make sure we're only doing it, because otherwise they're going to end up having, well, negative speed. And how can you have negative speed? So we need to make sure, to prevent errors, that we add this line of code. If children, i.leaderstats.points.value is greater than or equal to 0, then we'll perform the calculation. And by the way, I am aware you can technically have negative speed if you're talking about velocity. You can have a negative velocity, or, you know, a negative acceleration, or anything like that, but just in basic terms, in Roblox, how can you have a negative speed? That's, yeah, there we are. Anyway, now what we need to do is perform a calculation to change our walk speed. So we'll say hum.walkSpeed, which will change the walk speed of the player, is going to be equal to children I, once again accessing that child, .leaderstats.points.value. But say the player has 100 points, we don't want them to have 100 walk speed, that's ridiculously quick. We want to have some sort of, diminisher to decrease the amount of speed they're going to have. So let's just divide it by 20. So if they've got 0 points, then their walk speed will be 0. That's a problem, is it not? So to fix that problem, we're just going to add 1, just to make sure they can never have 0 walk speed. So now let's say they have 10 points. Their walk speed is going to be 10 divided by 20. That's a half, 0.5, plus 1, 1.5 walk speed. Very slow. Let's say they have got 1,000 points. That'll be 1000 divided by 20, that is 50. Plus 1, that's 51. And you can see it works. Okay, what we want to do next is under Starter GUI, we want to create a local script. And I'm going to rename this to Movement. This doesn't actually need to be under Starter GUI, we could put this under Starter Character Scripts or Starter Player Scripts. In fact, I'm actually going to put this script under Starter Player Scripts, so it will be called, or so this script will start running when the player joins the game. Now in this movement script, we're going to wait about 4 seconds just to give the player time to load in. That's the only reason we're doing that. And then we're going to set the player, so we'll say local player equals game.players.local player. So because this is a local script, it runs on the client, so we can simply reference the player by saying game.players.local player, and that is the player that the script is attached to. We then will say while wait 0.5 seconds again, because once again 0.5 seconds, that's only being called twice a second, that's not too bad. We'll say if game.players, in fact we don't even need to say that, we can say if player wait for child or find first child character. I mean, the reason we want to do find first child is because if we do get player dot character, then but the player dies and they don't have a character, and this script runs, we'll get loads of errors in our output. Whereas if we say find first child character, if they can't find the character, there won't be any errors. It will just stop running that code and repeat it in the next 0.5 seconds, so it prevents errors. So if player find first child character dot humanoid dot move direction, so this is the direction the player's moving in, dot magnitude, so the magnitude of the direction is greater than 0, then, so this is basically in short saying if the player is moving and not standing still, then we want to fire. Under our event script, we want to fire the adds point remote event. So workspace.events.addPoints :fire server. And if you remember, under this event script, we have a player as a parameter here. We don't need to actually pass in the player. It's automatically done when you do fire server. So if we were to now hit play, let me just put a spawn pad into this game, like so. If I was to then hit play, you will see when we load in, you'll see we have a leaderboard, which we can tab in and out. That is our leader stats that we made earlier. And you'll see when we move, we're really slow because we have 0 points. So we have, I think it's 1 walk speed. We've got an error here. Attempt to index nil with humanoid, and that's okay because debugging's all about finding these errors and solving them. So maybe what we can do, let's just say player dot character dot humanoid, see if that will run rather than the find first child. We'll see what this does. This might not work at all. It might make it even worse. Right, so far I'm not seeing any errors. We're walking and our points are going up. So the find first child was the problem. After we've removed that, the problem went. The only problem we might have now is if we reset the character and start moving, we might get errors. No, we're not getting errors, that's fine. So that is perfect. Yeah, as you can see, we're getting more points, we're getting faster. And there we go. That is the first thing I wanted to show you, the movement and the leader stats of the game. Next episode, we're going to go over saving data to try and get that done earlier, just so it's easier and there's not as much to worry about in the future. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to save our data in our Speed Simulator game, so let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is under Game Settings, we want to go to Security, and we want to enable studio access to API services. Turn that on, and we're going to hit Save. This will allow us to test our data store within Roblox Studio and not having to open the whole game itself just to test this. Next, under Server Script Service, we want to add in a new script, which I'm going to rename to Data Store. Okay, so to start, we're going to need to create a new data store object, which will be basically we'll have to get the data store service and then get a data store within that service. So we'll say local ds for data store equals game:get service And now the service we want to get is the data store service. So this is where we can manage our data from the data store service. We then need to get data store, which is and then in here we're going to have name of store. So this is the name of our data store. So I'm just going to call this tutorial. If -0. Whenever you rename this, so let's say we have some data saved under tutorial 0. If we then put tutorial 1, every player's data will be wiped, and you'll be able to go back to the original data by going back to the original name. So that's why I like to have little numbers on the end here in case I'm ever changing data. Next, we need to create another player added function, which if we go to our leader stats, it will be exactly like this. So game.players.playerAdded :connect function, and of course we want to pass in the player, or PLR for short. Now in this player added function, what we need to do is create a player key. We need to get our save values and retrieve our saved data. So to make a start, I'm going to say wait, just to wait a very, very small amount of time, about 0.03 seconds roughly, just to give the server time to kind of load in properly. Next we need to create our player key. So local player key is going to be equal to, and I'm going to set this to id underscore ..player.user_id. Okay, so this is going to create a player key which will be set to id underscore and then the user ID of the player. So each player will have its own unique player key which we can store their data to. Now this isn't going to be the most advanced data store on the planet. It's not going to be the most secure, but it does the job. If you would like a more secure data store, then you can find some advanced ones online. I may do an advanced one in the future. It depends on if people want it. Okay, next we need to create our save values. So let me just create a local save value. So this is a new local variable called save value. In fact, I'm going to call it save value 1, which I'm going to set equal to player.leaderstats.points. Because if we remember under our leader stats, we've got a points value, and that is what we want to save. So let's save our points. Next, we need to create another local variable. This will be like a table, and we'll call it get saved, and it will be a table of all the data saved under the player key. So we'll call local get saved equals data store : get async player key, like that. So this will now get a table. So we need to check if get saved. So if the table exists, if there is data, then we need to set our save value 1 to get saved 1, because we want to, whatever the first item in the table is, that will be our points value. So we want to set our value of points to the first data item that's being saved. So save value 1 dot value equals get saved square brackets 1, because we want to get the first item in the table. However, under this if statement, we also want to put an else. So else, now if the get saved table doesn't contain anything, we need to say local, and then we'll call this values to save is going to be equal to a table. And all this table is going to include for now is just going to be save value 1 dot value. And essentially, as we add more, we'll have more values in this table that we're going to save, and then we're going to save them all. So to save them, we'll say ds : get async player key, comma values to save. Okay, that's it for our player added function. Next, we need to add a player removing function. So game.players.player_removing. So when the player leaves the game, we're going to call this function, well, just before they leave. And in here, we're going to set our save data. So ds : set async. We're going to put in the id underscore. It needs to be the exact same as the player key up here. So I'm just going to copy the value of the player key and paste it in. So id underscore ..player.user_id, comma, and we need to pass in another table of the values to save. So once again, I'm just going to create a table. So I'll call this save items equals and then a table. And in here, we're going to need player.leaderstats. So what we've got here, this save value 1, I'm just going to copy that, player.leaderstats.points. .value is what is going to be in our save items, and I'm going to make that local save items. So we've now got our points value in a table for save items, which we're then going to pass our save items table into our set async. And that should now work. There's one more thing I'm going to do, which is game::bind to close function. So to make this even more secure, something we didn't do in the other series, once in this game::bind to close function, what this means is if the server shuts down or anything like that, we're going to run some code as the server shuts down, in which case we want to kick every player in the game. Because when we kick them, it's going to call the player removing and save their data. So if the server gets shut down, every player's data will still get saved. So to do that, we need to say for I, v in pairs, because this is a for loop. So I is the index, v is the object in this loop, and we want game.players::getChildren. So for every player in the game, we're going to loop through them all, and we want to then kick them all. So in fact, rather than v, it makes more sense to do I, player in pairs. And then what we want to do is simply do player::kick, like so. And this will kick every player from the game if the server shuts down, which by kicking them will call the player removing function, which will save their data. Now we can actually test this. If we hit test and play, just make sure you've enabled studio access to API services. So then when it loads up, you'll see we've got 0 points. We're going to walk around and gain some points. So as you see, we've got 30 points now, 31 points. I'm going to hit stop. And so it takes a bit longer to stop because we've got to save stuff. Now when we hit play, we should rejoin with 31 points if everything worked. So we rejoin, we have 31 points, and our speed is roughly the same. That's perfect. And you'll see as we get higher speeds, because we are running our speed manager script, our speed management script, sorry, because we're running that every, I think it's half a second, it's already calculating our points, so when we rejoin, we'll have the same speed that we should have. So let's try this again, now that we're a bit faster. Stop, hit play one more time, and we should have 70 points, I think it was, and we'll also be 70 speed, like so. And you can see that works. So that is it for today, everyone. In the next episode, I'm going to go over decorating the base plate a bit and making it look a bit nicer, just so we've kind of got some islands to jump about and in the ready for the future when we're going to have portals and things like that. Now you don't have to follow this video. If you have your own map design in mind, then don't worry about it, you can just skip this one. But I'm just going to show you how we can make a map, just a very basic kind of grasslands type of island. So the first thing I'm going to do is find our base plate, and I'm going to actually make it a bit thinner because it doesn't really need to be this thick, and I'm going to make it a nice green colour, just for grass. There we are, that'll do. I'm then going to change the material to smooth plastic, because who doesn't like a bit of smooth plastic? And I'm also going to add in a new part as well. This new part, I'm going to drag it towards the edge of the map. Remember, with my 0.1 studs move tool on, it allows me to kind of align things very perfectly, or almost perfectly, and just scale it out. Now I'm going to scale this to be the size of one edge of the map, on both sides as well, and you'll see why in a minute, like that. And then I'm going to bring it out a bit, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go under avatar and add a rig builder. So I'm just getting a block rig, like so. So now we've kind of got a scale of a character compared to the size of this wall, which if I maybe make this nice kind of brown colour, so imagine orange then brown, like a bit like a dirt mound kind of. And now that we've done that, I can see that is quite big compared to the dummy we've got. So I'm going to just play around with the scale, so it's kind of a size that is somewhat respectable. Now that we've done that, now that I've kind of eyeballed it, we're going to test and play here, just to make sure, you know, it is suitable. So as you can see, I'm going over here. Yep, this looks fine to me. That looks like a good height. Alright, now what we need to do is click on this part, and under model we need to anchor it. So by anchoring it, it means when we touch it, the part won't start moving around. It's locked in its world position. Now what we're going to do, well, you guessed correctly, we're going to duplicate it, move it to the other end. Now of course the bigger it is, the harder it is to scale, which is a problem. Oh, I've managed to get it perfect, so there we go. And now I'm not 100% sure if this is a perfect square. It does look like it is. So I'm going to duplicate it again, rotate it by 90 degrees, sorry. Move it over to the center again, like so. And once again, oh wait, have I done that perfectly again? No, I haven't. I was going to say, that'd be incredible. What I'm going to do this time is just try and get this perfect. One more. That looks perfect to me. Yep, that looks fine. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is scale both ends so they're just touching. So what we can actually do is turn collisions on. So let me shorten this. We can turn collisions on, so as soon as it touches the wall, we won't be able to pull it out anymore. So let's stretch this out as far as we can, so it's touching both ends of the wall. Just so there's no parts colliding inside each other, which can create quite a lot of problems. It will make a little glitchy effect. Now we'll duplicate this again, and drag it over to this end. Now that we've done that, I'm going to grab these 4 parts, group them, and duplicate them again. And then I'm just going to change each part colour to be like a darker green, like that. And you may be thinking, oh, why are we doing this? Well, we're just going to put grass on top of the dirt, just to make it look a bit nicer. So just going to drag it up a tiny bit. And here's where we're going to have to model each part individually. So let's click on a part and go over to it. And we need to scale it. First of all, we don't want it to be colliding with anything. I'm actually going to move these up to... I'm going to move my move tool to 1 stud now. And we don't want this to be colliding, so let's just drag it up. Maybe like that, so it's a bit thick, and then we're going to drag it out. If I hold control and drag it out, you'll see it drags it out on both sides. So this just kind of creates a nice a grass top to the edge of the little mountain. Let's imagine it's a mountain. Let's click on the next part, and we want to do the exact same thing, make it the same height, like that, and out again. Ideally you want to replicate the same on every side, just so it's perfect. You don't need to worry too much about the outside, because obviously the player won't really, unless they zoom out, they won't really be able to tell. So focus more on the inside, that is more important. But of course you do want to pay attention still anyway to what's going on outside the map. So I'm just going to get back to you once I've straightened all these up, and I'll see you then. Okay, there we go. I've now got a perfect, I believe it's perfect, sort of play area. Now what I'm going to do is grab these 2 models and the base plate, hit Control G or Command G to group them again, and I'm going to rename this model, and I will call it Island, or just Island 1, yeah, like that, in words rather than numbers. We may change this in the future, I don't know. We'll see kind of later in the series. We may rename the island, maybe make some adjustments to it, so we've got kind of areas to jump around and whatnot. But for now this will do, and then we've got our spawn pad here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make maybe 6 of these, just so we've got a couple jotted around. Under each one I'm going to remove the decal, because we don't need that. I'm also going to make this island 1, make sure it's all anchored, this island 1 group. Select these spawn locations and drag them where I want them to be. So let's say for now, let's just put them all here. So along here, I'm just going to stack them on top of each other so I know where they all are. And then what I will do is I'm going to move every time by 10 studs. No, I'm not. By 100 studs. No, I'm not. I'm going to move it by 50 studs. There we are. That will do. And then each time, just so they're a bit more distant apart. I kind of want to spread them out around here. Once I've done that, I'm going to turn off the move tool, turn collisions on, just so I can flatten all of these to the floor. Turn collisions back off. Oh, I have forgotten one actually. Whoops. Let's turn the moves tool back on, back off. And anyway, position your spawns however you want them to be. I'm just just kind of eyeballing this now, and then try and center it. That looks about right. Grab all these spawn locations, group them, and I'll just rename it to spawn. And then what I'm going to do is under each spawn location, I'm going to turn off can collide, so the player isn't standing on top of them directly when they spawn in. And I'm also going to make them transparent. So now when we hit play, we're going to spawn on kind of a transparent spawn pad. So let me restart the game again, because I keep getting this problem where it's just a grey screen, and it does get on my nerves. There we are, it's finally loaded. You'll see we didn't spawn because I clicked play here and not play. Sorry, let's click play, and we'll see we should spawn on one of the pads, and we do. The pads are about here, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yep, I'm stood on one of the pads. That is fine. Awesome. So everyone, I hope you found this video helpful, just for a rough guide of a map design. We'll go more in depth later in the series, but for now, I hope you found this video helpful. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make some collectible orbs, so let's just get straight into it. Now the reason I prefer doing orbs to coins is because if you've ever played the speed simulator games on Roblox, they use orbs rather than coins. You know, it doesn't really make sense to pick up coins and get speed, so we'll make like speed orbs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a sphere in the workspace, and I'm going to click on the sphere, and under the properties I'm going to turn off can collide so that we can walk through it and don't collide with it. I'm going to give it maybe a blue colour, and I'm also going to make it slightly transparent, maybe 0.3 transparency, and I'm going to rename this part to orb. Okay, now that we've got this orb, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in this orb. I'm going to add in a script, and this is going to be our collect script. So in this script, sorry, let me just close these other ones. Okay, so to get started, we're going to need a function which will be called whenever we touch the part. So script.parent, which is the orb, .touched, connect function hit. Now this hit might be like a leg, it could be an arm. So what we need to do is get the player. So what we need to do is make a local player variable, which will be the player. So local player, or PLR for short, is equal to game.players. Get player from character hit.parent, because say we are touching this with our right foot, the hit would be the right leg or right foot. .parent is the character, so we're getting the player from the character. Now we can say if player.leaderstats.points.value is greater than or equal to 0, then, because of course, I mean, we don't want to, well we could, but they shouldn't have negative points anyway. So if they have a positive or nil amount of points, we're going to wait a very short amount of time just to allow the server to process it. We're going to say script.disabled equals true, just so we can't keep constantly giving ourselves loads of speed. We'll say script.parent.transparency equals 1, so it's invisible. Then we'll say player.leaderstats.points.value plus equals, and now we did an amount here. Now this amount is going to be a random value between x and y. So it's saying plus equals math.random and the amount of points we want to gain. Let's go from between 2 points and 15 points. So we can gain up to 15 speed with one orb. Anywhere from 2 to 15 is random. Next we're going to wait a random amount of time. So wait math.random. And this will be the time till it respawns. So for testing purposes, I'll set that to 5 and 10. But we will change this in a bit. Now we'll say script.parent.transparency equals 0.3, or whatever your original transparency is here, just to set it back to normal. And then script.disabled equals false. So it's enabled again. Okay. Now, if we hit test and play here, just so I can play around with this orb, I haven't anchored it, so it might roll about. Or go through the floor, yep. Let me anchor the orb really quick. So I'm going to grab this orb model and I'm going to anchor it. Now let me play here. Now if we touch this orb, it should give us a random amount of points. We'll see how many. It's a bit big, but 3, 2, 1. And we see it gave us like 5 points there. So let's try this again, but this time let's test it with respawning. Just make sure the orb respawns. So we're walking about. Okay, we'll wait a random amount of time, between 5 and 10 seconds, the orb should respawn. Yep, and let's give it a go. and you'll see it keeps adding the points up. And there we go. Now what I'm going to do is shrink this orb down a bit, just because it is a bit big. Now remember, if we go to avatar, we can actually bring in a rig and compare it to the size of the rig. So I think that'll do. That looks fine to me. So now if I hit play here, this should be fine. And that is basically it for our orb. Yep, so we know it works. Just gonna make it a tiny bit bigger. So we know the orb works, so I'm going to change the respawn time back to normal. Well, not normal, sorry, but I'm going to maybe make it between 15 and 30 seconds, or maybe 10 and 30 seconds. And what I'm also going to do is get this orb, and I'm going to duplicate it as many times as I would like, and just have a load of them in the world. If you want, you can make different colour orbs, which give you different amounts of points, maybe different sized orbs as well. It's completely up to you, but this will do for me. Now once you've made all your orbs, you can click the top orb, hold shift, click the bottom orb, and right click, and group as a folder. And now this will create a folder of all these orbs, which we can then rename, and I'll call this orb folder. So now we've got a folder of all our orbs inside, and each of these orbs will work individually. They'll be independent of each other. So let's give it a go. 193, 194, boom, 202. You'll see we can collect these orbs, but they will still respawn. And you'll also see once we've collected an orb, we can't go back through it to get more points. It's completely gone, and that's because we are disabling the script. Now you'll see they start to respawn after random amounts of time. And that's it, there we go, that works. So I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one, where next video I think we might do Rebirths. Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make the first Rebirth button for our speed simulator. Now, in the future we're going to make it so you can have a menu where you can have multiple Rebirths at once, but for this video here we're just going to make a single Rebirth button, and then we'll expand on this in the future. So let's get straight into it. So to get started, we're going to need to create a remote event for our Rebirth, and if you remember correctly, under our event script is where we've got our remote events. So let's duplicate our add points remote event and rename it to Rebirth. Okay, now what we need to do is go under server script service into our leader stats, and we need to make a new leader stat. We've got points, but we're now going to need Rebirths. So let's copy these 3 lines of code, drop down a couple of lines and paste them back in, and rename this from points to Rebirths. I'm then going to copy this local Rebirths here, this Rebirths name, this identifier, copy that, and replace it with these other points here. Now once again this will be an integer value, but rather than calling this points, we're going to call this Rebirths. Now let's add this to our data store. So let's open up our data store script. Now where we've got our local save value 1, we're going to copy that and add a save value 2. We're then going to copy this save value 1.value, drop it down, add 2, get saved 2, and local values to save. Where we got save value 1.value, we're going to put a comma, and we want to add save value 2.value, and that looks like everything. Oh sorry, and down here as well, local save items, we also need player.leaderstats.rebirths.value, like so. So that should now save our Rebirths as well. Okay, next we need to open our event script and add this Rebirth event in here. So let's copy this script.addPoints.onServer event function, or technically it's a method. Let's drop down, paste it in, and now rather than add points, we're going to type Rebirth, because that is the name of our Rebirth remote event. Now in here, rather than player.leaderstats.points.value, we want rebirths.value to increment by 1. And now I'm going to copy that line of code, drop down, and what we want to do is when we rebirth, we of course want to set our points to 0. So we're going to say .points.value equals 0. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut this line by typing Control X or Command X if you're on Mac, and put it above the rebirths.value plus equals 1, because this stops us from, if for whatever reason you manage to click faster than the time these 2 lines execute, we're going to rebirth multiple times before the points.value equals 0. Now theoretically that should be almost impossible, it should be very, very hard, but you never know. So just to play it safe, we're going to put the points.value equal to 0 before we increment their rebirths. Okay, now that we've done that, we can close our event script, and now under starter GUI, we need to add in a screen GUI. Now I'm going to rename this screen GUI to, right click rename. I'm going to rename this to main screen, because this will have most of our screen GUI on it. Now, if you don't really know a lot about GUI design or anything like that in Roblox, we have done a little small series on that, which you can find in the description, where we kind of cover the very basics that you need to know. But if not, then don't worry. If you don't want to watch that, you can kind of follow along here, but I'm not going to explain it in lots of detail because we have already gone through this before. Now, under this main screen GUI, we're going to add in a button, and we want a text button, which I'm going to rename to Rebirth. I'll just call it Rebirth for now. Now, you may not want this a text button. You can have this an image button if you want, but I'm going to keep it as text for now. I'm going to make it a light blue colour, because who doesn't like a light blue? I'm going to scale the text and make the text white. And under here, I'm going to add text. No, I'm not sorry. I'm going to add in a UI corner is what I'm going to add. I'm going to add a UI corner of radius 0.10, maybe 0.30. Let's call it 0.250, 0.20. And just to kind of give it a rounded edge. And next, under the Rebirth button, I'm going to make the text stroke transparency 0 and maybe change the color of that to a dark blue. Okay, next I'm going to change this text to say Rebirth, and it doesn't really, you don't need to change the text because we'll change it in a script anyway. It's just to make it look a bit nicer, like kind of when we're designing it. Next, I'm going to play around with the size. For the size, I think I'm going to go for 0.2250. 0.1250, see how that turns out. Okay, that's a bit big. Maybe scale that down a bit, whack it down, kind of, let's just put it on the side of the screen for now, it doesn't really matter. Kind of play around with the size, so I'm going to go for 0.131, 0.0870, that's what I'm going to go for. Next, the position, I'm going to kind of put it on this green line in the middle of the screen, just so it's sort of center. Next, we need to add 2 local scripts into here. So let's add our first local script. Now, in this local script, we are going to fire the Rebirth server. So we can call this Rebirth event if you'd like, because in this script, we're going to fire the Rebirth event. So let's start by getting a player variable. So local player equals game.players.localPlayer. So this will get this will create a new variable of identifier PLR, short for player, which will be equal to the game's player, the player that's playing the game, because it's a local script, so we can do that. Next, we need to create a mouse button one-click event, which will basically fire the event, the Rebirth event. So let's do that. So script.parent, which is the Rebirth button. Sorry, I don't want to add this Rebirth event to the UI corner. I want to add it to the button. There we are. So script.parent, which is the Rebirth button, .mouse button one click, connect function, and then we can drop down. Now we're going to create an if statement with a series of calculations, very basic calculations. But what these calculations will do is decide whether or not the player should have enough points to Rebirth. So just follow along here. They're somewhat arbitrary numbers, but just follow along. So if, and now we want 2 brackets, because the order of operations here, we want to do these calculations in a certain way. So let's open up 2 brackets, player.leaderstats, .rebirths.value. So if player.leaderstats.rebirths.value times 1000, because what we want to do is say the player's got one rebirth. We want the next rebirth to be multiplied by 1000 points. So we're looking at 1000 points. And then outside of this bracket, we want to add 1000. So if they've got 1 rebirth, they'll need 2000 points to rebirth. If they've got 0, they'll need 1000, and so on. So we're multiplying it by 1000 to get the number of base points we need, plusing 1000 to make sure that basically if they have 0 rebirths, they need at least 1,000 points to rebirth. And then for a bit of fun, I'm going to multiply this by 1.15 just to make it a bit more random, I suppose, a bit more different, so the numbers look like they're generated randomly and not just round numbers. I don't know. And then we're going to say if that is less than or equal to player.leaderstats, sorry, not less than and plus, less than or equal to player.leaderstats.points.value, then we're going to say workspace.events.rebirth:fire server. Okay, and now we're going to create another script. So let's say, in fact, actually, we'll do this in the same script. We can do all of this in one script, why not? So now what we need to do is I'm going to drop down a few lines just so we can separate this. We need to say while wait do. So this means that every sort of, I'm not even going to do that, I'm going to do while wait 0.1. So every 10th of a second we're going to loop through whatever code is here. So in here we need to say if player.leaderstats.rebirths.value times 1,000, basically this if statement up here, so times 1,000 and outside the bracket plus 1,000 times 1.15, make sure that this calculation here is the exact same as the one up here. If that and that is less than or equal to player.leaderstats.points.value, then, so we've got this exact same if statement as up here. Rather than doing workspace.events.firing the rebirths event, sorry, we want to change the text. So we'll say up here local text or txt equals script.parent.text. So now what we can do is change the text of the rebirth button from this txt variable. So if we were to now say in here txt.text equals or just txt equals hello, that will set, there we are, this, rather than it saying rebirth here, it will say hello, so we can set it using txt. So what we want to say is txt equals click to rebirth, because if they have enough points or whatever, we can rebirth. Else, we need to say txt equals rebirth in, and a space, and then the amount of points until they can rebirth. So let's do ... and now this calculation up here again. So copy that calculation and whack it in there. So rebirth in player.leaderstats.rebirths.value times 1,000 plus 1,000 times 1.15. And then once we've done this calculation, we need to minus the player.leaderstats.points.value, because we want to minus however many points they already have. So that is quite a lot of calculation there. It's very simple calculations, but it looks a bit confusing with all the brackets. I agree, but your code should look something like this. Now before we can test this, there's one more thing we need to do. We need to go into our events script, and when we're doing player.leaderstats.points.value plus equals 1, we want to also add the amount that the amount of rebirths they have. So we're getting kind of like a multiplier. So 1 plus player.leaderstats.rebirths.value. So say we've now got 5 rebirths, we're going to get 6 points per click. So we've got X rebirths, we're going to get X plus 1 points per click. So now we should be able to actually test this. So if we hit test and then play, we should load in with 0 rebirths. Let's get some points. You'll see we can't, our rebirth button's not actually changing, so there might be something wrong there. So let's have a little look, because our rebirth button's not changing. There's probably something wrong with our script. Everything looks fine there. I think it's our text actually. So if we say rather than saying text here, let's say local button equals script.parent, and then we'll say button.text rather than txt. Because I think what we're doing is when we do txt, we're making a reference of the text. We're not changing the actual text, just a reference of it. Whereas if we do button.text, we're directly changing the text component. So there we are, that now works. So let's get our points up, I'm not sure if it's saving. I don't think our saving's working now, but we'll have a little look. So let's walk for a bit. Now let's stop, see if our saving's working, because it looks like that's stopped working. That might just be because we're in Roblox Studio. Yes, so our points aren't now saving. So let me go to data store and have a look what's going on. Because we've set our save value to player.leaderstats.points and not rebirths. Let me make sure I've not made that mistake anywhere else. There we go. That should now work. So if I now hit play, we'll probably start from 0 again. But now, next time we leave, it should all save. Let's walk around for a bit. Okay, so we've got 6 points. Let's leave. Rejoin. Those 6 points should still save, in which case we know we're in the good. Yep, there we are. Now what I'm going to do is cheat a bit and give myself a load of points, because why not? Points. I'll make that maybe 994. So now I've got loads of points. There we are. So rebirth in 150 because of our little multiplier as well. So let's get 150 points. Just collect these orbs. We're nearly there. 35. There we are. I reckon one more orb, we're there. Right, 3, 2, 1. And now we can actually rebirth. Now if we rebirth, you'll see we go really slow again. And everything looks good. That appears to be it. And now we're getting +2 points per step. Now if I stop and rejoin, my points should have reset. My points should have saved. My rebirth should have saved. And I should still be getting +2 per step. So let's give it a minute. And there we are. We are still getting +2. Our rebirths have resaved. And we see we need more points now to rebirth. And if we click it when we can't rebirth, it's not working. So there we go, that's perfect. It all works just how you want it to. Hello everyone, today we're going to make some gems so that when you rebirth you can get gems, which we'll use in the future to get special upgrades. So let's get straight into it. So the first thing we want to do is open up our Leaderstats script, and we're going to copy the points, or copy the rebirths, why not. And we're going to drop down a few lines and rename this from rebirths to gems. So I'm going to copy this local gems. I'm going to copy the gems name and just paste it here. So we've got gems.name, gems.value, and gems.name equals, this would just be gems of course, and gems.value would by default be equal to 0. Once again it'll be an integer value, and this will do for now. Next we need to go into our data store script and once again copy our local save value 2, make that save value 3, and this will be player.leaderstats.gems. This save value 2.value, make a save value 3.value equals get save 3. We need to do a comma, save value 3.value, also a comma. Now what I'm going to do here is a comma, drop down, and then type it. This won't make much difference, it just makes it so there's more space. And this will be player.leaderstats.gems.value. And that looks like it for the saving. Next we're going to go under our event script, and under our rebirth event, what we want to do is after we've increased our rebirths.value by 1, we want to increase our gems value. So player.leaderstats.gems.value plus equals, and let's increase it by however many you want to increase it per rebirth. I'm going to say 5. So this number 5 here is the number of gems you get per rebirth. In fact, I'm going to make a variable up the top, which will be, I'll call this gems per rebirth. I'm going to set to 5. And then here we'll plus equal gems per rebirth. So now we can easily adjust how many gems we get per rebirth. So now if we hit play, you'll see when we load in, we need to first of all be able to get a rebirth. So I'm going to adjust my, under leader stats, so I'm going to go to client, server, my player name, find my points, and just give myself like 40,000 points, why not? How fast is that? Bit fast. Anyway, and rebirth. And you'll see we now have 5 gems as well. So there we go, that's all I wanted to do for today. To do is, first of all, create a coin pad. So I've made a very quick building over here. It doesn't look brilliant, but it will do just for now. I may fix this up in the future, where we can exchange our points for money. So say every 100 points will give us 100 coins. So what we need to do is make a pad. So I'm going to create a cylinder, and I'm going to rotate it. Now, if you know what I mean by a pad, then if you think like simulator games, when they've got the pad you can touch to open the shops, that's kind of what this is going to be like. So now we want to make a fairly big circle here. I'm just going to bring my avatar in so I can get a rough idea of how big to make this. Maybe make it a little bit bigger, like that. And I'll just make it maybe light red colour. And I'm going to rename this part to coin pad. And this building here, I've grouped it all up and put it in a folder called Island 1 Buildings, just so we can have all our buildings that we'll have on here. So the shop, this exchange building, we can have them all in one folder. So I'm going to put this coin pad inside this building. You will have your own building, but for now I've just created this rough thing to look somewhat nice, but I will work on it in the future. And we've now got the coin pad. Okay, and that's it for there. Now under server script service, we need to create a new script. We will rename this script to exchange coins. Now in here, we're going to need to call a function when the coin pad is touched. And in that function, we're going to need to convert the player's points into coins. First of all, let's start by creating a debounce, just so they can't keep spamming it all the time. So we're going to start by saying db equals false. db standing for debounce. We'll then say game.workspace, so we don't need to do that, we can just say workspace dot, so that's the workspace, and we want Island 1 Buildings. So at this point you're just trying to find the coin pad in your workspace. So dot exchange building dot coin pad dot touched connect function, and then hit in here. So when we hit the coin pad, we're going to call this function, and we're going to pass in whatever object has hit it. We then need to say if not db, then. So if dbounce is equal to false, basically, then we can first of all set dbounce to true. This will stop us from calling the code loads of times a second and glitching the coins and giving us thousands rather than hundreds. And now we can do our calculations. So first of all, we need to make sure that the object's parent is the character, because say we touch this with our right foot, the hit will be right foot. So if we do right foot dot parent, that should give us the player's character, which if that exists, then we'll be able to give the player their coins. So we need to say if game.players get player from character, hit.parent, then, and we'll say local player equals game.players get player from character, hit.parent. So now we've got a player variable, and we can just say, as we normally would, player.leaderstats dot coins.value plus equals player.leaderstats dot points.value. So say we've got 10 points, we'll get 10 coins. Now what you can do is maybe divide that by 2. So for every 1 coin you need 2 points, which is something you can do if you'd like. I'm just going to keep it as 1.1 coin. And then after we've done that, we need to set player.leaderstats.points.value to 0. Now this is a very basic system here, but it works. Now after this if statement here, this second if statement, we need to drop down, wait maybe let's say 2 seconds. This is the amount of time before they can touch the pad again. So they have to wait 2 seconds before they can touch the pad again, and then we will say db equals false. And this should now work. Now what we need to do next is under Leaderstats, create our coins value. So we'll say local coins and paste that there. Coins.name equals and then coins, and once again it will be 0 by default. Now you'll see we've got 4 leader stats here. This is, I believe you can only have 4 at most. I don't think you can have any less than that. So let's just add this to our data store quickly. Local save value 4 equals player.leaderstats.coins, and now we'll copy the save value 3, make that save value 4, and basically we're just adding it all to our leader stats here, comma player.leaderstats.coins.value, and that's everything. So now if we were to test this, it should work. However, you're going to see what I mean now. So let's click play. You'll see we've got 4 things. It just gets quite chunky up here. So you don't need the points, you know, unless you want the whole server to see how many points each player has, you don't need it. But it's not too bad because the names like gems and coins doesn't have a long name. Whereas if you had 4 really long names like Rebirths 4 times, then yes, it would be annoying. But it's not too bad, so it's up to you. I will probably change this in the future. Oh, I've not actually anchored anything. Let me come out of this and anchor everything there. So let's make sure you've anchored it all so it doesn't all fall down. Anchor, if I could, there we go. So yeah, when we do our notation video, which will come up in the future, it will be the near future, we will probably change our points so that the whole lobby can't see them. But I still haven't decided on that. We may not. Anyway, you'll also see it says Rebirth in and then loads of decimals. This will be fixed in our notation video, so don't worry about this. Basically, don't release this game until we've at least got past notation, because when we do the notation, you will have to, if you change your points, you will have to wipe all your leader stats, your data store, which means every player will lose their data. So make sure you don't release your game until then. I'll try and get the notation video done maybe next video. Anyway, let's test this pad out now. So we've got 480 points. I'm going to tap the pad. We've got 480 coins. You'll see we're really slow again. I can keep tapping the pad and you'll see it turns it into coins. Now, if we just stop the game quickly, we've got 24, 2, 5, 5, 16, and then we replay. It should have all saved. I'm going to have to replay it again because it keeps glitching. And we should have, what was it, 24, 5, 3, 24, 2, 5, 5, 16. Yes, it's all saved. So that is exactly how we want it to work. And there we go. So next video, everyone, what I'm going to do is either the notation system or we'll start working on the shop. We'll probably do the notation system just to get it out the way. So I'll see you in the next one, everyone. Thanks for watching and goodbye. Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you how to abbreviate the numbers in your game. So we're going to make text labels for all our stats and we're going to abbreviate everything, which means we're also going to move the points around so they're no longer a part of our leader stats, but instead a separate statistics folder. So let's just get straight into it. Okay, so first of all, I need to thank Vector Code 3 here on the developer forum, because he actually came up with this abbreviation module, and this is where I'm getting it from. We could do it ourselves, but I was a bit confused on how to make it a module script. So that means every text label we wanted to abbreviate our numbers on, we would have to re-copy and paste all the code, and it would just be really long. But instead I found this here, which is an abbreviation module. So you'll be able to find the link to this forum, which you'll be able to then install the module from this link here. And you'll be able to find this in the description, and I'll also paste the raw code of the module into our Discord server. However, please do go and read this whole forum and thank them for making it, because I wouldn't be able to have made it as optimized without this. So let's just get straight into it. So once you've clicked this link, it will take you to Roblox, where you can then go and download the abbreviation module, but I've already downloaded it and installed it. So once you've done that, you can head back into Roblox Studio and I'll show you how to implement it. Okay, so back into Roblox Studio, what you want to do is go under Home Toolbox, and under this second button, it will say My Models, which you then want to find the model you've just installed. For my case, it's the Abbreviate module, so I'm going to grab that and just click it, and it will bring it into your game. So what you'll see is once we've done this, we have something called main module. I'm going to rename this to abbreviation module, and we want to drag that into replicated storage. Now if we open this up, you'll see we've got a couple of comments here. You don't really need to read these, but you can see it's quite long and a bit messy. So what I'm going to do is just show you some things that we can do to change this code. So what we'll see here is all the abbreviations: K, M, B, T, QUA, QUI, SE. Basically, what we've got is thousand, million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, and so on. I'm not going to go reading all of these out, all the way down to a Google. Now, we don't need all of these, because if you're using big num, that's perfectly fine. But because we're just using standard integers, we only need to go up to QUI, as integers don't go bigger than that in Roblox. So we can clear everything up to QUI. And to be completely honest, on a game like this, the chances you go above QUI is going to be incredibly low. I wouldn't imagine anyone would ever go beyond that. Anyway, now once we've done that, we can leave this code as it is. And we need to start abbreviating. So first things first, under starter GUI, I'm going to go under our main screen, bring our Rebirth button down, and I'm going to add a text label. Now in this text label, I'm going to duplicate the UI corner from our Rebirth button and drag it into this text label. And this text label will be I'm going to rename to points, because this is going to display our points to the user. So I'm going to put this up here, make it like maybe the same size as Rebirth, so I'm just going to copy and paste the size over and line it up. So if I copy and paste the position of the Rebirth, so then they have the same position, which we can then just drag it up like so. I'm going to give it the same color, just kind of design your button how you want it to be, and make the text white, of course. Let's have a look at our text stroke color. Just make sure everything's the same, just make it look how you want it. There's no right or wrong here, and this will be points. Basically, this label is going to display how many points the user has. We could do that for everything, but I'm just going to do it for points and cash, because they're the two really important ones, which we kind of need to know. So I'm going to duplicate the points and make it cash as well. So I'll drag up, and this one will say cash. Now what we can do is play around with these buttons so they're in the positions we want them to be in. So I might bring those two up, bring this Rebirth one center of the maybe a bit more down. Now of course play around with it so it looks how you like, but I've now got my cash, my points, and my Rebirth button, which I might make a bit bigger. As I say, we're going to change the Rebirth system in the future anyway, but for now just make it look how you want it to look. Okay, now under our points script, I'm going to add, actually I'll start with cash. Under our cash script, I'm going to add a local script. So we need to, first of all, there's a couple of things we need to do. First of all, let's create a variable for our text label. So local text label equals script.parent, just so we know that cash is our text label. And what we also need to do is, above this, we need to get our module script. So local, and I'm going to call this abbreviation module, equals, and then we need to say require, because it's a module script. Now you may not have used these before. I'm not going to go too in depth with them. I might do a separate video talking about them. But basically when you're trying to get, because it's a module script, it has functions inside of it. So when you're trying to get a function from a module script, you have to require the module script. So we're going to require, then in brackets, game.replicate.storage.abbreviation module. Next, what we need to do is say while wait, and let's update this every 10th of a second, so 0.1. So every 10th of a second we're going to update this script. So let's say text label dot text equals, and before we change this text, the best thing to do is going to be to get the cache. So let's say local cache equals, oh yeah, we need a player variable as well, so let's add local player equals game.players.local player. So local cache equals player.leaderstats.cache.value. We did call it cache, didn't we? Let me just double check. Coins. We called it coins. So local coins equals player.leaderstats.coins.value. I'll rename this from cache to coins. So I thought we called it cache. Change that to coins. There we go. We're back on track. So first of all, we'll say coins. So I'm just going to do a pound sign. You can do whatever you'd like. You can do $1 or anything, or just say coins and then the number. I'm just going to do a pound sign, and I'll tell you what you could do. You could put a image label next to the coins, but I'm not going to do all of that during the video. It's just a bit of a waste of time. but do whatever you would like to show that it's the coin's currency. I'm just going to, for now, do a pound sign, and then a dot dot, and here's where we need to abbreviate it. So to abbreviate it, we need to say abbreviation module, colon, abbreviate numbers, and then in here, to string, because we need to make sure the number is a string, and we want to abbreviate coins. Now this will automatically abbreviate our coins, so if we have 10,000 coins, it will make it say 10k automatically. We can actually test this, so if we hit play, this should instantly apply. Obviously we're not going to have enough coins at the minute for this to work, but if I was to start getting loads of points and then exchanging them, so I'm just going to cheat a bit, give myself loads of points, run over here, and this should then say like 10.5k. Yep, there we go. So as you can see, it's automatically abbreviating for us. So now let's do this to the rebirths as well. I'm going to leave points till last and you'll see why. So under our rebirth script, this one won't be too bad. We just need to add a couple of lines of code. I'm going to copy our local abbreviation module and paste that at the top. We then just need to change down here. So where it says rebirth in, what we want to do is before all of these two brackets, we want to say abbreviation module, colon, abbreviate numbers, to string, and wrap all of this in there. So if you're a bit lost there, what you should have is something like this. It should say abbreviation module, colon, abbreviate numbers, to string, player.leaderstats.rebirths.value times 1,000, plus 1,000, times 1.15 minus player.leaderstats.points.value. Now I'm getting an error, so somewhere, oh yeah, because I'm missing a bracket on the outside. There we go. So if we were to hit play, it should say it should say rebirth in 0.0 quadrillion. Apparently, that is brilliant. So something's gone wrong. Okay, so what the first thing I'm going to do here is create a new variable called calculation. And I'm going to set it equal to our calculation. So I'm going to copy all of this and cut it and paste it in. So our calculation is now stored under a variable called calculation. So now what we can say is toString calculation. And then what I'm also going to do is under this calculation, before we do the calculation, I'm going to say toNumber. And this will stop all the decimal points we would randomly get normally. Okay, so I've just been testing it and I've figured out why it's not working. It's because we're trying to abbreviate a number with loads of decimal places. So to fix this, rather than saying toNumber, if we say math.floor, this will round whatever this number is down to the next integer, so, or the previous integer. So then this should abbreviate because we're working with whole numbers. So if we try this now, it should work. Yep, 3.4k, and when we do that, it will abbreviate. So as we get more points, so let's get to 100, it should go to 3.3. Yep, there we go, and you'll see that works. Now let's work on the points. Now the reason I've left this till last is, okay, brilliant, is because it looks like my studio's just crashed, or not. Is because I want to change the points so that they aren't under our leader stats. I've opened up a server, brilliant. So yeah, so that they aren't under our leader stats, because at the minute we have 4 leader stats, which is just a lot. So if I can make it out of our leader stats and put it somewhere else, it's going to make it a lot easier. So under our leader stats, let's find our points, and where we've got this under the leader stats folder, what I'm going to do is create a new folder. So local, and I'm going to call this other stats equals instance.new. It's going to be a folder inside of the player, and I'm going to say other stats dot name equals stats. We'll just call it stats, or extra stats. We'll call it extra stats, or other stats, because that will get confusing with leader stats. So we'll call it other stats, and rather than putting the points in the leader stats, we're going to put it in our other stats. Now this will mess a lot of things up. If you were to run the game now, a lot is going to get broken. We're going to get a load of errors, nothing's going to save, and it's just going to be good for nothing. So let's have a little look at what we've got going on here. So we've got points is not a value, is not a valid member of folder player.ecircuit336.leaderstats. So it's best to fix each of these errors one by one. You shouldn't have loads of these, but we're going to fix them all now. So let's click on that. let's stop running our script. So there's a problem with the data store. Now the problem with the data store is we're trying to save leaderstats.points. If we then say player dot other stats dot points, and same with player dot other stats dot points, basically anywhere where we've got dot leaderstats dot points we want to replace with dot other stats dot points. So now that we've done that, if we were to then play again, you'll still notice a problem. Everything saves, but if I go under other stats, our points, oh, they actually did save. I wasn't expecting that. Sometimes when you make adjustments like that in the data store, everything gets messed up, some of it gets jumbled up, and all in all, people's data starts getting corrupted. If you have already released the game, I recommend you wipe everyone's data now before it's too late. And even if you haven't, just simply go under data store and go from tutorial 0 or whatever your data store name is, and just give it a new name. So I'm going to make it tutorial 1. This will clear all data, so everything will be working again. So if I hit play, and there we go, we're back to good. Let's have a look at what we've got here. So points is not a valid member of folder. So let's open this up. So basically we want to go through each error one by one and fix it. All we need to fix is wherever we've got .leaderstats.points, all we need to fix is change this from .leaderstats to .otherstats. That's it. So where we've got .leaderstats.points, we're going to make that .otherstats.points. And an easy way in which we can do this is if we hit Control or Control Shift F or Command Shift F, I believe on Mac. And we've got find. If we hit this drop down arrow next to it, we can then say find .leaderstats .points, and we can replace it with .otherstats.points. So now every single script where we've got .leaderstats.points, we can replace with .otherstats.points. Then hit replace all, yes. Make sure you have spelt it perfectly, otherwise we're going to have a big problem. This will automatically open up every script it's changed, so you can kind of have a look to make sure they're all working, but they should all work, everything should be good. I'm going to close all of the scripts now, test and play. Now we'll see everything looks to be working, we're moving, we're not getting points at the minute, well we are, but we can't see them. So what we'll do is before we start testing all of this, let's make our points label. So let's under points add a local script. Once again, we're going to need our local abbreviation module, which equals require game.replicate storage abbreviation module. We then need our local texts, our local player equals game.players.localPlayer, and our local text label, which will be script.parent. We then need to say while wait, once again at every 10th of a second, do script text label dot text equals points, and then points like so, and then dot just kind of to show that this is the points. And under here we're going to say abbreviation module abbreviate numbers to string player dot other stats dot points dot value, like so. And this should now work. This should show our points value. So let's hit test and play, and you'll see it says points 14. Start walking, 15, 16, 17, 18, and now we can play the game like normal, and everything seems to be working. And you'll see it makes our system up here a lot better. You may prefer to have coins before rebirths, in which case you can play around with the order in which you're making the leader stats. Once again, you'll need to reset your data store. So I'm going to do that in a minute, just for the sake of completion. So there we go, we can see we're getting all of that, and everything's working. Now I'm going to stop the game quickly and sort the order of my leader stats out. So under leader stats, I want coins to be before rebirth, so I'm going to cut the coins variable and paste it before rebirths, so that our coins will come before rebirths. So I want the order to be coins, rebirths, gems. That's how I want it to appear on the leader stats, because before it was appearing rebirths, gems, coins. I'm now making it coins, rebirths, gems. I don't believe this will mess up the data store at all. I believe we'll be just fine. Let me just make sure of that though. I think we'll be fine. It's kind of hard because before I did this, I didn't have anything to test with. So let me just test this with gems quickly, and then I'll get back to you to see if this works. Okay, yep, that all works. That is perfectly fine. Coins, gems, rebirths, everything works as intended. I might actually leave it as that. Coins, gems, rebirths. I quite like that. So there we are, everyone. What I'm going to do next is reset the data again, just ready for next episode, because I've given myself gems now, so it's probably best to reset it all. Let's just exchange our points really quick, make sure that still works, and it does. Awesome. So everyone, I hope you found this video helpful. I know it was quite a long and tedious one, a bit of playing around, but we got there in the end. It is what it is, but it all works now, so that's all fine. Hey everyone, today we're going to work on our upgrade shop. Now I did a poll, and the majority of you decided we would do both. We would design the shop and program the first upgrade in today's video. What we're going to do is exactly that. Now if we were to do this from scratch, this video would be about 40-45 minutes long, roughly, which I just thought wouldn't be optimal. So what I have done is I have already made a upgrades building. So I've just duplicated my exchange building and made a buy upgrades here one. Now they look the exact same, but they're not. Anyway, under this upgrade building, I've got the upgrade pad, which before was the sell pad, and I've just renamed the sell pad to upgrade pad and made it a different colour. Okay, now to save us creating all the UI and to save some length of the video, what I have done is saved you a lot of time and created a template model for the shop for you. So if you go in the description or in our Discord server, you will be able to find the model which we are using for this template, or the template we're using for the shop, should I say. So if you go onto that link and install it, what you can then do is open up Studio, go to the toolbox, under my models, you'll be able to find it once you installed it. So I'm then going to click on this and bring it in. What we can do with this upgrade shop is we're going to drag it into Starter GUI, and we're going to get this that pops up. Now this is the template for the UI you're going to use. If you want to make your own, go for it, but I won't be able to follow along with your specific design. Now under this upgrade shop, we've got an image label called shop and some other cool stuff. Now we don't need to play around with this too much. All we need to do is open up the scroll frame. This, first of all actually, under this frame here, we've got a text button. So I'm going to rename this from frame to close frame. Now this text button is our close button. So what we are going to do is under this text button, we're going to add in a local script, and this will allow us to close. So first of all, let's create a local button variable, which will be equal to the script.parent. This is the actual button object. We can then say button.mouse button one click :connect function. Now what we can say in here is button.parent .parent.visible equals false. What this is saying is our button, which is our text button, .parent is the close frame, .parent is the shop, and we want to make the visibility false on here. Now that's our close button done. Next, before we work on our upgrade, which the upgrade we're going to make today is +1 speed per step, so every step you take you get plus an extra speed. What we're going to do instead is, first of all, make the open script. So under our upgrade shop, we're going to add in a local script, which I'm going to call this open upgrade shop 1 for now. Okay, so now I'm not too sure how this is going to turn out in the future when we make multiple islands, but for now, just know that this open upgrade shop 1, for now it's going to be called that, and under replicated storage, we're going to add a folder called shop events, and in here we're going to add our remote event. We're going to rename it to show upgrade shop 1. Now we may not need this open upgrade shop 1, this may just be a universal script for open upgrade shop. In fact, I'm going to be completely honest, we may not even need this folder, but we'll see how it unfolds in the future when we make multiple islands. But for now we'll leave it as this. And what we want to say in here is game.replicated storage, shop events, yes, shop events.show upgrade 1 shop. .onClient event :connect function, and then we want to say script.parent.shop.visible equals not script.parent.shop.visible. So if it's already visible, we'll make it invisible. If it's invisible, we'll make it visible. Next, what we're going to do is under server script service, we're going to add in a new script, and this will be, in fact, we're going to add a new folder for shop scripts, and we're going to add this script into this folder, which we'll rename this script to open upgrade shop 1. Exact same name as this local script, but this is going to be the server version. So first of all, we're going to create a debounce. So local debounce equals false. Now I'll just call this db, short for debounce. Now I believe we have used a debounce already in this game. I can't remember. Next we'll say game.workspace.island1 buildings. It's basically you want to find your open upgrades, your upgrade pad. So wherever that is, you want to find that. So for me, it's island1 buildings dot upgrade building dot upgrade pad dot touched connect function, and then we're going to add in hit here. We're going to pass that in. Now in here we need to say if not db, then so if debounce is false, then first of all we're going to set debounce to true, and then we'll say if game.players get player from character hit.parent. Then, so if a player exists is what we're saying here. So if we can get a character of hit.parent, because hit will be like the foot.parent. We've already gone through this before. You should have a rough idea of what this is. I'm not going to explain it too much, but basically if the player exists and it's not like something else that's hitting the part, we'll say game.replicated storage dot shop events dot show upgrade 1 shop fire client, and we want to fire game.players. We want to pass in game.players. In fact, a better way of doing this would be saying local player equals game.players get player from character hit.parent, and then we'll say if player then, and then rather than doing all this we can just pass in player into here. Then after we've done that, we're going to, after this if statement, wait 2 seconds and then set debounce to false again. So this just means they can't keep constantly opening the shop. So what we're going to do now is, first of all, I'm going to make this shop invisible. I'm going to go to shop, under properties, visible off, and I'm just going to play. Now I'm going to see if I touch this pad, does the shop open? It should do, but we'll find out. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to touch the pad and it opens the shop. Perfect. What we're going to do now is program our first upgrade. Under our scrolling frame, you'll see we've got upgrade 1. So let me make the shop visible again. And now under upgrade 1, we've got upgrade and this text button. Now, first of all, what we're going to do is under local, we're going to add a local script, and this will be called text. This is where we're going to change the text of our text button. So in here, we're going to first of all say local player equals game.players.local player. Okay, so once we've got our local player variable, we're going to say while wait do. Now, we haven't made any of these variables yet, but we're about to use some which we've not yet made. So just copy this line of code here. So what we're going to say is script.parent.parent.parent dot what's the description? That's it. Dot description. There we go. Dot description dot text is going to be equal to. So we're going to say cost colon, and this will be the cost of the upgrade. So dot plr dot upgrades. Now I know we haven't made this yet, but just follow along. Dot upgrade 1 cost dot value dot, and then we're going to have say coins, and then backslash. Now I'm going to say backslash n. This will start a new line in our text, and this was then we'll say level colon space dot plr dot upgrades dot upgrade 1 level dot value. So what you should have is a line of code that looks like this. Make sure you spelt it exactly correct, because if you haven't, you're going to get major problems and this won't work. So make sure this is spelt completely correct. And now we're going to go and make these variables. Okay, so what I'm going to do is drop down a few lines, and I'm going to create a comment which will say upgrade 1, like this. Now this is how we know we're going to have our first upgrade. So what we're going to do is create a local upgrade folder equals instance.new folder. Now, just like we're doing up here, we're creating a new folder for our upgrades. And this folder is going to be inside of the player. We're then also going to say upgrade folder dot name equals upgrades. Next we'll say local upgrade. In fact, I'm going to put this upgrade folder up the top here with all our other folders. So we'll say local upgrade 1 level. We're going to set this to instance.new. This is going to be an int value because it's a level. and we're going to put this inside of the upgrades folder. Next we're going to say upgrade1 level.name equals upgrade1 level, and then we're going to say upgrades1 level.value by default is going to be 0. Now what we're going to do is copy these 3 lines of code, drop down and paste it, and this will be upgrade1 cost. So let's paste these in, and this will become upgrade1 cost. Now by default I'm going to have the upgrade1 cost as 500, and everything looks fine. Now under our text button again, we're going to add another local script, and I'm going to rename this to fire event, because this is where we're going to fire our event. So in here we're going to say script.parent.mousebutton click, so once :connect function, so once the button has been clicked, we're going to say game.replicatedStorage.upgrade events, once again we've not made this yet, .upgrade1 event, :fire server. So now what we're going to do, under replicated storage, we're going to add a folder called upgrade events, and in here we're going to add a remote event called upgrade1 event. And now we can close that. Okay, now what we're going to do is under our event script, we're going to create our function for this event. So we'll say game.replicatedStorage.upgradeEvents.upgrade1 event .onServerEvent : connect function player. Now in here, well, first of all we need to do an if statement to make sure that our coins are greater than the cost of the thing, so we can actually do this. So to do that we'll say if player.leaderstats .coins.value is greater than or equal to player.upgrades.upgrades1 cost.value. Then what we need to do is take away this cost from our coins value. So player.leaderstats.coins.value minus equals player.upgrades.upgrade1 cost.value. We then need to increase the value of our cost and increase the level. So to do that we're going to say player.upgrades.upgrade1 cost.value times equals, and I'm going to multiply it by about 1.35, because we want this to be quite a rapidly increasing, not quite exponential, but quite a rapidly increasing upgrade cost. And then what we're going to do is of course increase the level by 1, so player.upgrades.upgrade1 level.value plus equals 1. And that should be it, I believe. I think that's everything we need. So I'm going to go to our shop and make it invisible now. Before we can do all this, we need to go where we've got plus, where we've got our .add points, where we've got player.offsets.points.value plus equals 1 plus the player.leaderstats.rebirths.value. We want to add onto here plus player.upgrades.upgrade1 level.value. Because whatever the level of our upgrade is going to be the amount that we want to add per step, because it's plus 1 point per step. So now if we walk, we're getting not 1 point per step. If we can't actually buy this yet because we don't have 500 coins, so let's get 500 coins. Okay, so I've got 600 coins just for testing here, so when we do this, we should be able to buy it. This will say level 1. This 500 will be multiplied by 1.35, which is, I'm not too sure, a number, what, about 680? Not sure about that, I might be wrong there, roughly about 680. This level should go to 1 and we should get 2 points per step, and our coin should go to 100. So you click buy, oh, I was so close, 675. Anyway, we've got level 1, 675 coins, and it's minus our 100 coins there. So now we're getting 2 points per step. Now we can't buy it again because we don't have the correct number of coins. So let's get more coins. Okay, I've gone a bit overboard here, but you'll see we can now buy it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. And you see it's all good. Now we're getting loads of points per step. Now we do need to make this save. It's not going to save like this. So if we go into our, data store script, we're going to make a local save value 5 equals player dot this will be player.upgrades.upgrade1 level, and then we'll make a local save value 6 equals player.upgrades.upgrade2 level. No, upgrade 1 cost, sorry. Now what we can do is make a separate data store for our upgrades, but I'm not going to get into that because that's just a bit complicated. Instead we're just going to make this one big long script. And now we're going to copy our save value 4, paste. So we have save value 5 and save value 6 equals get saved 5 and get saved 6. We then of course need our comma, save value 5 dot value and save value 6 dot value. And once again, comma, player dot upgrades dot upgrade 1 level dot value and player dot upgrades dot upgrade 2 upgrade 1 cost dot value. There we go. Now that should save. I'm sorry this is so confusing and complicated, but it is what it is. There's no real easy way of doing this. If we were to now buy that, so the cost has gone to 0 because we've just added it. So unfortunately what we have to do now is reset our data store again. So you'll see now I have 500 coins. I'm going to buy this upgrade. Buy. There we go. We're now getting 2 per step. I'm going to stop and we'll reload and see what it's all saying. But yeah, unfortunately every time you add an upgrade you are going to have to do it all again, reset your data store. You don't have to. You can write a line of code which basically says if the level equals 0, then make it 1. I'll show you when we do our second upgrade, but for now we're alright. So actually, you know you won't have to reset your data store, that's just me waffling. Now if we touch this, you'll see it's still level 1, 675 coins, and we're still getting our points. Awesome. So that is it for this video, everyone. Not quite the 40-minute video I had in mind, but that's only because I gave you this template and I've rushed through the code. Sorry I've not explained it brilliantly. It's more of a copy and paste, watch and learn kind of thing. But I'm afraid this video is just, it would be far too long to explain everything. So if you do have any problems with this project, I recommend you join our Discord server, link is in description, and post in there where I'll be able to help you, just because it's getting to the point now where we're getting a lot of people are asking for help in the comments, but it's hard to see every comment. Sometimes we accidentally miss some because there's just like so many to reply to, and it's just, yeah, it's a bit harder to keep track now. If you immediately need help as soon as possible and want to guarantee yourself help, join our Discord server where we read like every message. I hope you have managed to get this sorted. I know this was confusing, but we did it, right? We got past the most complicated bits so far. In the next video, we are going to go over stamina, which is so like if you've ever played a simulator before, or you've got like backpacks, you have to upgrade your backpack size. It's going to be kind of like that. So you have, say, you'll only be able to get like 500 points at one time, then you'll be forced to sell, and then you have to get more points to upgrade your max stamina. So the number of points you can have at once. So we'll do that next time, but for now everything looks like it's going well, and I hope that you found this helpful. As I say, if you do need help, join our Discord server because we can guarantee help there. Anyway, I'll see you in the next video, everyone. Hope you found this helpful, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today we're going to cover stamina. Now, as you may know, in a lot of simulator games you have things like backpack storage, which you have to upgrade, increase your backpack size to be able to hold more of whatever the like currency, if you will, is. Now, stamina will kind of act as our backpack size. So you say you have 250 stamina, you'll only be able to have 250 points at one time before you will have to exchange into coins. And then what we can do is create an upgrade which will increase the stamina, which will be our second shop upgrade. So it will all start coming together very soon. Today we're just going to make the stamina. We'll make the upgrade in a future video. Maybe next video, I'm not too sure yet. But before we start making this stamina, I want to fix a couple of things from last episode. Now, last episode we made this shop. However, there's a couple of things I want to change. First of all, inside the shop, so under shop scripts, open upgrade shop 1. You'll see everything's fine in here, but when we are firing the upgrade shop 1 client, we're doing that whenever they're touching the pad. But what you'll see is if we go into starter GUI, upgrade shop, open upgrade shop 1, we are, rather than setting the visibility to true, we are setting it to what it's not. So this may create a couple of a glitch where when you're standing on the pad, it might just start flickering on and off. So what we're going to do is just make this equal to true. Now this is the first thing, so if we were to now hit play and play here, if we touch the pad, it shouldn't flicker on and off, whereas before it would. So we'll walk over. I've very low on points, so I've got to, waddle over. But when we get there, it shouldn't keep flickering on and off. It should be quite nice. There we go. You see it doesn't flicker on and off now, so that fixes something. We can still close the shop, open it and close it. Awesome. The next thing I want to show you is our, when it comes to in the actual shop, under the scrolling frame, under the upgrade, you'll see under our text, we are not abbreviating our text. So that's what we need to do. So if you remember correctly, we need to create our local abbreviation module, which is going to be equal to require game.replicatestorage.abbreviation module. And now what we can do is, where it's like this player.upgrades.upgrade1 cost, we can just say abbreviation module : abbreviate numbers, and then we want player, we just want this player.upgrades.upgrade1 cost.value in there. And we want before this toString. So exact same thing as normal, we're just adding in our abbreviation module and converting it to a string. Now this is going to get a bit long, so what I'm going to do is just bring this down a line, just so it's easier to see. We can fit it into two lines. We can fit it into like one screen size. And next we want to do the same thing here. So I'll cut that, Control X or Command X. And we're going to say abbreviation module : abbreviate numbers toString, and then the number. Now once again we can click play here. I'm not sure if I've bought any upgrades, I can't remember when we open the shop, but we'll walk over anyway, have a look. So when we get over here, if we have a look, so 675 coins. Let me just give myself a load of coins to test this. So Leaderstats coins, I'll just give myself tons, why not? But we're going to buy this a few times, and you'll see we're abbreviating our cost. We don't really need to abbreviate the level. I highly doubt anyone's going to have level 1000, so it might be a bit pointless doing that. So just for the sake of optimization, making the game run a bit faster, so there's less code to run, I will go and actually remove the abbreviation module from our level, because we don't really need to abbreviate that. No one's really going to have level 1000 of an upgrade, I highly doubt it. Anyway, that's all the fixes I just wanted to cover. So now we can start making the stamina. So to get started with the stamina, we're going to open Leaderstats, and we're going to have to make a new variable. Now let's copy our rebirths for this. This isn't going to be in the Leaderstats, but this is going to be in our other stats folder. So what we will have in here is local stamina. We'll call the variable stamina, because that just makes sense. .name is going to be equal to stamina. Once again, it'll be an integer value, but rather than it being in the Leaderstats, it's going to be in other stats. And by default, I think the value should be about 250, because, or maybe 100. This will be like the first backpack size you ever start with, and then you'll have to upgrade. Now, if you'll remember correctly, when we made the level and cost in the last video, even though the cost had a default value, I think it was 500. Yep, 500. When we first ever loaded the game, it started at 0, and I said we had to reset our data store. So what we can do is we can fix this. So let's create a local save value 7 equals player.otherstats.stamina, and now once again save value 7.value equals get saved 7. Now what you'll notice is by the end of this series, this is going to be a very long list of data store. You can simplify it, you can make tables where you don't need tables, rather than having all these variables. You can make an even better data store than this. I think I did mention that in the first ever, in our data store video. I said that there are better ways of doing a data store, but this is the most simple one to learn. So this is what we're going to stick with, but in the future you can always work on it yourself. Anyway, once again, we're going to add save value 7 dot value to our values to save. And we need to add player.otherstats.upgrade. It was .stamina.value there as well. Now, once again, if we were to play this, we'd start at 0 rather than 250. So what we can do is underneath this if else here under our player added, at the bottom we'll say if save value 7.value equals 0, then because basically this value should never be 0, because by default we want it to be 250. So now if the save value is equal to 7, we just say save value 7 dot value equals 250, because we want it, if it's 0, that means it's not saved or loaded properly. So we want to set it back to the default value, which is 250. So we'll set it to 250. And that should be our data store. So if we were to now hit play and play here, we won't be able to see it because we've not created a text label for our stamina. But if we now go to players, your player, other stats, stamina, we see it starts at 250. Okay, so what we're going to do next is be able to display, where we're displaying our points, we want to be able to display the number of points we have out of the number of possible points we can have. So out of the amount of stamina. So what we're going to do is go to our main screen. First of all, we're going to have to expand our points label to make it longer, because we're going to have to fit more in. This may look a bit ugly, but you can keep it normal if you would like. We'll see how it goes. We'll keep it normal. We'll see how big it gets, especially when we're abbreviating anyway. So actually, it might not be that bad. So let's go under our points, under our local script, and we need to, once again, I'm going to drop down. I'm going to add a dot dot, then we drop down and add what we need to add. So we're going to, first of all, add us out of, like that, because out of the number of possible stamina we can have. And then dot dot, we're going to abbreviation module, abbreviate numbers, and we need to abbreviate our stamina. So toString player.otherstats.stamina.value. So now this should display the points out of the stamina. So let's have a look if this works. Let's hit play, and it should say like X out of 250. We will be able to, so there we go, 169 out of 250. We can go well above 250, as you'll see. There's no limit, which is what we're going to have to work on in a minute. But you'll see it. We are displaying it properly now. Okay, so now, as I say, we need to limit our points to our stamina, so we can't ever have more points than we have stamina. So under our event script, every time we add points, what we want to say is if first of all we want to check that to make sure that the points is less than the stamina. So if the player.other stats, actually, isn't it? That's where our points are. If player.other stats.points dot value is less than player.other stats.stamina dot value, then we will add a point, add to our points value. Now we are going to add one more if statement for the sake of safety, because if they are using like an auto clicker that's going really like clicking maybe 100 times a second, that is possible, then it may be able to, depending on how fast this script executes compared to the number of times the files like the add points is like fired, we may get some problems where our points goes above our stamina by a couple just because of how fast it's being clicked. So we're going to add a safety net. Let's call it a safety net. If so basically we're going to do this exact same if statement as up here, but we're going to check if it's bigger than the other stats. So if player.leaderstats sorry, I keep saying leaderstats, I'm too used to that. If player.otherstats.points.value is bigger than 0, bigger than player.otherstats.stamina.value, sorry, then we set the player.otherstats.points.value, and we have to set that to the stamina, just to make sure we do cap it at the stamina. It's just kind of a safety net. In case people are using an auto clicker, you never know. It shouldn't glitch out, but it might. It depends on how fast their client's running as well, I suppose. So you'll see if we now sell this, we're going to go really slow, but it shouldn't go above 250, and it doesn't. There we go. We're capped at 250, and we're stuck at that speed. Now I'm going to show you a little problem. So I'm going to play near one of our orbs, and as we're running about, I'm going to show you something. So we've got our max points. Now if we hit an orb, you'll see it's adding 7 to our points. It's adding a random amount, so we're going above the number of points we possibly can have. So we need this kind of cap on our orbs as well. Now if we open up our orbs, say we got loads of orbs with all these scripts in them. Now it could be a bit of a pain adding this entire if statement. So what I'm going to do is exactly this. Now all of our orb scripts should be the exact same. You may have different orbs, but for every orb, like for example, you may have a different orb which gives you a different amount. But here's how I'm going to show you to change all of these at once. So if we were to now go to where we've got this if if player.otherstats.points.value is greater than or equal to 0, then we're also going to say and player.otherstats.points.value is less than player.otherstats.stamina.value, then we will run all this code. So what we're doing is adding this little and here. Now if we test it with just this orb, so what orb is this? It's this one. I'm going to test it to make sure this does work. So we'll run. We do have more coins than we should, but if we now hit this, it shouldn't go above 280. Yep, so it doesn't actually let us collect the orb because it's maxed out, so it does work. Now we also need to make sure that when we add this random amount of coins, it doesn't go above the stamina value. So what we're going to do is create a local variable above this if statement and say local amount or something, just amount for now, equals math.random, the amount we want, which is 2 and 15 here. And now rather than plus equaling math.random, we just plus equal amount. Because we then can also say and, now yes I know this is getting a bit long, but we'll say and player.otherstats.points.value. Now what might happen is if we hit this then and we add to our thing, our points, we may see that it actually adds more points than we have stamina, so then we go above. So at the end we need to say, once again, if player.otherstats.points.value is greater than player.otherstats.stamina.value, then we say player.otherstats.points.value equals player.otherstats.stamina.value, because we have to once again set it to the max we possibly can. Actually, I'll tell you what we can do. I've just realised, anyway, I know this isn't working properly, but rather than having this in all these orb scripts, we can reuse this code, so we're going to cut that if statement out anyway. Let's go to our Leaderstats script, and under our player.playerAdded, right at the bottom, below all variables, we're going to add this code, so we'll make a while wait do, and paste this code in. Now this will make sure that our points value will never go above our stamina value. So now if we were to test and play, this should actually work. So as you'll see, we join and it says 250 out of 250. Go down to other stats, points. Let's make our points 245 just to test again. So when we touch this orb, it shouldn't go above 250, and it doesn't. So there we go. Anyway, now we need to apply this. Let's open it. So we want that orb that we were just working on. We want to apply this and to bit of our if statement to all of our scripts. So let's copy it. Let's just copy this if player.otherstats.points.value is greater than or equal to 0 bit. We're going to hit Control Shift F or Command Shift F, and well, we've now got all our orb scripts that pop up. Make sure they are all orb.orb scripts, and we're going to hit this little arrow here. We've now got this line of code and a replace. We're going to paste this in. So we've got this line of code, this if statement here, and we're going to replace it with all this entire line. So plus we need the then there. So we're searching for if player.otherstats.points.value is bigger than or equal to 0 then, and we're replacing it with this line here, like so. So you should have exactly this in your find replace. Make sure it looks exactly like that, and make sure these are all orb scripts, and just hit replace all. Yes. It will now open them all up. You can close them all individually, make sure there's no errors in each. And now if we were to hit play, you've just made it so all of these should work. So now we can touch all of these and they won't go above your max stamina. Perfect. So that's it for this video, everyone. In the next video, we will probably make a cell GUI. Hello everyone, today we're going to make a cell GUI, so when we have reached the maximum stamina, it'll prompt a screen saying maximum stamina reached, would you like to sell now in exchange for coins or something like that. So let's get straight into it. So to get started, we're going to open our starter GUI and we're going to add in a new screen GUI. Now in this screen GUI, we're going to call it, first of all let's rename it to cell GUI, because this is all it's going to be. It's going to force us to sell. We can then click add, and we're going to add a frame. Let's add a frame. Now you can make this look however you would like, of course. I'm just going to give a rough idea. So first of all, I'm going to make a size of 0.30, 0.30. This just gives me a bigger screen size kind of thing to work with. I'm then going to drag this to how I want it and whack it in the middle of the screen. I don't want it too big, I just want us, in the middle of the screen. Next, what I'm going to do is under our main screen, I'm going to go to one of our text labels, copy the background color, and I'm going to paste it into this frame so they have the same color. I will also make a border size pixel of 0, and I'm going to, in this frame, first I'm going to rename it to background, and in here I'm going to add a UI corner, and I'm going to make the radius 0.10. Actually, that might be a bit too much. I might make it 0.050, like so. And I might even give this a UI stroke, like so. I'll give this a UI stroke to make it look a bit nicer, with a thickness of maybe 3. Okay, now in this background, I'm going to add a text label, which I'm going to rename to, I'll just call it header. This text label is going to have a size of 0.20. Actually, yeah, that'll do. A background transparency of 1, and I'm going to make the text white, just so it contrasts with this blue. Scale it up, make it bold. Make it bold. Source Sans Pro, because who doesn't like that? And I'm going to make this text say max points reached or something like that. Yeah, I'll make it say max points reached. I might actually add a UI text constraint into this, UI text size constraint. Make the max text size like 40, maybe 45, just so it's not like touching the sides of the border here. And I'm going to duplicate this text, add a new one, rename it to description, drag this down a bit, make it a bit bigger like this. We still want to leave room for for a button at the bottom. So we'll leave the thing down here for a sell button. Make this description say something like exchange points now and save up for more stamina or something like that. This basically just, I'm going to not make this bold either. Just saying, if you exchange your points now, you can save up and get a stamina upgrade in the future when we make those. I'm not going to make this too crazy at the minute. It's just kind of like a little base for you design it however you would like. Anyway, now we're going to add a text button into here, which this will be exchange button with a size of 1010. It just makes it easy, and then we can scale it down here. We can add in a UI stroke, not UI stroke, sorry, a UI corner of 10 on the scale, or maybe not, 0.6. Oh, that's not going to work well. 0.1, 0.2, 0.2 works nicely, maybe 0.3. And I'm going to make this button have a background color of maybe a dark blue. Make this say exchange. Make the text white. Scale it up. Make it bold. Maybe make this a different font. For Frodoka 1, for example, in which case I'm not going to have it bold. And that will do. Okay, now once we've made this, we're going to go to this background frame and make it visible turned off so it's invisible. We're then going to add a local script into this exchange button, and this is where we're going to work our magic. So first of all, let's create a local player variable, which we'll assign to the player, which will be game.players.localPlayer. Next, what we're going to do is we need to call a function whenever the button itself is clicked. And in this function, we will basically get the lower torso of the player or the humanoid root part if you're in R15, I believe it is. And we're going to set that equal to the coin pad lander. So first of all, let's say script.parent, which is our button. In fact, actually, let's just say local button equals script.parent, because that's what it is. The parent of the script is the button. Now we can say button.mousebutton one click :connect function like this, and here this will be called every time we click the button. So what we need to do is first of all go to your game settings, avatar, and make sure your avatar type is R15. You can do this with R6, but you'll have to make a change. So make sure it's either R6 or R15. Now, if your game is R15, you want to write this: local humanoid root part equals player dot character dot humanoid root part. In fact, we're going to do colon find first child humanoid root part to make sure, so that they we only run this line of code if they have a humanoid root part. Then we'll say if humanoid root part then, so if the humanoid root part does exist, then we will say humanoid root part dot cframe equals game game dot workspace dot we want to find our coin pad basically, so dot exchange dot island 1 buildings dot exchange building dot coin pad plus vector 3 dot new because we want to so this will be a vector 3 here, this coin pad, so we want dot cframe as well. So game.workspace.island1 buildings.exchange building.coinpad cframe. So this will be your coin pad. Sorry, I've done messed that up there. Coinpad.cframe plus vector3.new, and this will add more space. So we want to add 0 on the x because we don't want to change the x. We want to go up a bit on the y, so there's an offset. So let's go with an offset of maybe 2 studs and 0 on the Z. And then after that we can say button.parent, which would be the background frame, dot visible equals false. So that is if you're on R15. However, if you are on R6, is it R6 they call it? Is that what it is? Oh, I don't know, I never use it. R6, yes. If you are on R6, you will need to write this code instead. So let me just make a note of this. R15. If you're on R6, you will need to write local lower torso equals player dot character colon find first child lower torso, like so. And then we're going to drop down, so lower torso, or first of all if statement again, if lower torso then lower torso dot cframe equals game dot workspace dot your coin pad basically plus vector3 dot new. And then once again I'm going to go with 0 to 0. You might have to play around with this value yourself just so you don't glitch in the floor when you teleport. And then button.parent.visible equals false. So I'll make a note of this. Sorry, this is if you're in R6, this is if you're in R15. Anyway, if we were to now test this, I'm going to hit play and then play here. In fact, we won't be able to test it yet because it won't appear. So what I'm going to do is make our background visible, click play here, or just anywhere really, you can just click play. And you'll see when we hit exchange, it should teleport us above the exchange thing, and then we fall down. As you can see, I'm still falling over, but we are exchanging, but I'm still falling over, so maybe I'll need to add a bit more. So I'm going to go with vector 3 of maybe 5 on the Y. It's just a matter of playing to figure out how much you need to change your Y offset, because of course everyone's going to fall down at a different amount. So that's kind of worked. You see we're sort of falling over. Okay, so now what we're going to do is make a debounce, which by default will be false. And we're going to go under replicated storage and add a brand new remote event, which we're going to call full stamina. Now what we can say in this script here, under this db equals false, game.replicatestorage.fullstamina.onClientEvent :connect function. So this here will be called whenever we fire the client full stamina. Now in here we need to make the frame visible. So if debounce is false, then script.parent or do we just say button.parent .visible equals true. Now the reason we've got a debounce here is because otherwise it might flicker on and off and on and off if they keep closing it. Anyway, we'll then say game.workspace .coinpad not coinpad, we need to find the coinpad .exchange building .coinpad .touched. So when they touch the coinpad :connect function, we'll say db equals false. We also need to pass hit in here, as that's just something that gets passed in. but we're not using it. And then if they touch it, we'll set the debounce to false, ready so this can be called again. What we're going to do now is under our event script, there's a bit going on here. Under our add points, we're going to say at the bottom, if player.leaderstats or other stats, sorry, I always forget that, player.otherstats.points.value is equal to player.otherstats.stamina.value, then we're going to say game.replicate.storage.full_stamina fire client and pass in the player, because we want to fire the full stamina thing. So now if we make this invisible, we should be in full swing of action here. So let's just test this. So I'm only getting 1 point at a time. I'm just going to buy myself some, when I said buy myself, go to my upgrades, increase my upgrade level to like level 5. So I get 5 per step. And you'll see as this approaches 250, when it eventually prompts us to, it should, when it reaches 250, it prompt us to sell. And then if we click sell, it will teleport us to the exchange button. And we will fall over. I will work on that for a future video. But for now, this is the basic system. We hit exchange, we fall down, and we sell. Awesome. Now, as I say, you do fall. I will fix it. But for now, in the meantime, we've got a nice little system going here. So we can exchange and everything. And yeah, it's quite nice. It should appear again. Exchange, and as you can see, we're exchanging. Awesome. So everyone, I hope you found this video helpful. In the next video, I will either try and fix this falling problem, or I might do that as well. But I think what we will do is work on the stamina upgrade. I'm not 100% sure yet if that is what we will do, but that's where I'm heading at the minute. So I'll see you in the next one, everyone. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another Speed Simulator video. Now, before we get into the main content of today, I just want to fix something up quickly from the last video. Now, if you remember with our cell GUI, whenever we're running and we hit teleport, we'll actually fall over and kind of just glide across the floor on the pad, and it just wasn't very nice. So to fix this, I have found a fix. I've been playing around a bit, and it's actually really easy. We just have to use a method. So let's open up our cell GUI, our background, our exchange button, and our local script. And you'll see on line, for me it's line 16, this humanoid root part.cframe equals game.workspace.island1buildings.exchangebuilding.coinpad.cframe blah 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 plus vector3.new 050. Now, what this is the line that's teleporting us, and it's actually making us fly across the floor. So to fix this, I'm just going to comment this out a minute, and underneath it I'm going to add a new line. And in here, we're going to, instead, we're going to say player.character. So, obviously the humanoid root part is a part of the character. Now, what we were doing before was getting the C-frame of the humanoid root part and setting it to the C-frame of something else. What we can do instead is, rather than dot humanoid root part, we can just say dot colon move to. And now you'll see this is this function here. Moves the primary part to the given position. If the primary part has not been specified, the root part of the model will be used. So the primary part, I believe, of a character is always the humanoid root part, I believe. Or the lower torso. Anyway, we're going to do colon move to. And in here, we are going to move to the position. So we want to move to game.workspace. .island1buildings.exchangebuilding.coinpad.cframe, so wherever your C-frame is, plus vector3 .new 050 for our offset. Now, if we test this here, let's hit play. I did do a bit of playing around and change my stamina and points just to test this a bit better, so that's why I've got 1,000 stamina. Just don't worry about that, I was just playing around. Now I'm just going to give myself loads of points. So if you don't know how to, by the way, just for reference, if you don't know how to change your points on the server, click where it says current client, and then under players, find your player, other stats, and I'm going to set my points to 980 or something, and then click current server back to the client. So now we've run exchange, and now let's just keep running. We click exchange. Unable to cast coordinates frame to vector3, so that's unfortunate, we have an error. Let's close the game, stop the game, back into our script, it's telling us unable to cast coordinate frame to vector 3. Now the coordinate frame, C frame, stands for coordinate frame. We need to convert this C frame to a vector 3. So to do that, we do .cframe.p on the end. This .p gets the vector 3 version of the coordinate frame, essentially. So that .p will make everything work. One letter will make everything work. You see now when we run, it should work anyway. We're running fast, exchange points now, exchange, and we don't fall over, and it's perfect. So yeah, you can see that's working. We don't fall over whenever we touch it now. So that's a good start. Anyway, let's get back into what we were actually going to be doing today. And what we are going to be doing today is making our stamina upgrade, so you can basically get more stamina in the upgrade shop. So to do this, we're going to go into our Leaderstats, and under our upgrade 1, we're going to copy this entire thing, drop down a couple of lines and make this upgrade 2. So this will be upgrade 2 level, upgrade 2 level, upgrade 2 level. What am I doing? There we go, upgrade 2 cost, upgrade 2 cost, upgrade 2 cost. Once again, upgrade 2 level, upgrade 2 cost. The default cost I'm going to set to 500, maybe 1,000, maybe 750. Now, as I say, you can play around with your prices as you want. I'm not completely sure yet, but I'm just getting a rough idea. Anyway, next we can open up our data store script. We're going to copy our local save value 7, paste that twice, so we've got save value 8 and 9. Player.upgrades. Oh, I've got caps lock on, that's not helpful. Player.upgrades, upgrade 2 level, upgrade 2 cost. Copy this, save value 8, 9. 8, 9 equals get saved 8, 9. Save value 8 dot value and save value 9 dot value. There we go. Now you should know how to add your own values into the data store by now. What's this here? Oh yes, so our if statement to make sure that everything's correct. So if save value, our level should be 0 by default anyway, but the cost, if save value to cost dot value, not save value. Is that right? Save that was. So our cost corresponds to save value 9, sorry. If save value 9 dot value equals 0, then we need to set it to equal our default amount, which is, for me it's 750, that's what my cost is. So we need to set this to 750. Just to make sure if it's not saved properly and it's loaded as 0, we're going to set it back to its default. Next we got to go under here, player.upgrades. Upgrade 2 level value, player.upgrades upgrade 2 cost value. Let me make sure it's in that level order, level cost, yep. And that's everything in there. Okay, next what we're going to do is open our upgrade shop. Shop image, we're going to set that to visible. Duplicate our, what's this scrolling frame here. We're going to add a new upgrade, which will be upgrade 2. If it will let me rename, upgrade 2. And you'll notice that it's kind of overlapping. If it is, just go into your UI list layout, set the padding to maybe 0.06. Okay, let's just set it to 0.1. That'll do. And now it shouldn't be overlapping. Upgrade 2, so the name will be, what will it be? Increase stamina. Upgrade stamina. Let's call it increase stamina. Description. We'll leave that because it changes in the script, of course. As for the name, yeah, we've just done that. So let's open up our text button and our fire event. And we're going to be firing upgrade 2 event, which we haven't yet made, but we'll make it in a minute. Now, as for the text, we've got the basics here. So the cost is going to be abbreviate numbers, player.upgrades.upgrade 2 cost.value. Level upgrade to level value, like so. Okay, next I'm going to make our shop invisible, and we're going to go under replicate storage, our upgrade events, duplicate that, and get our upgrade to event. Next we're going to go into our event script under the workspace, and where we've got our upgrade 1 event, we're going to not copy and paste it, but we're just going to drop down a couple of lines. Game.replicate storage.upgrade events.upgrade to event. dot on server event :connect function, and of course we're passing in the player again. We're always passing the player into the event script. Now in here we're going to once again check the price like we do up here, so it's just going to be quite similar to this, as in we're going to be checking the price, increasing the cost and the level. So let's start by checking the price. So if player.leaderstats, not leaderstats, I always do that. No, it is leaderstats, yeah. I'm thinking of stamina now. If player.leaderstats.coins.value is greater than or equal to player.upgrades.upgrade to cost.value, then that means we have enough, so we can do player.leaderstats.coins.value minus equals player.upgrades.upgrade to cost.value, because we want to subtract, of course, the cost from our current coins. Next, we need to increase the cost. So if we were to if we go up here, we're increasing by 1.35. So once again, so what we'll do here, player.upgrades.upgrade one cost, upgrade two cost, sorry, dot value times equals 1.35. Player, this is just a random float value that we're multiplying by. It's a multiplier, so this would essentially increase it by 35% each time. You can make this whatever's suitable for your game, tweak your game to your liking. Next we'll say player.upgrades.upgrade to level.value plus equals 1. Okay, now that's all our subtraction and stuff done. Now we need to set our stamina. We need to increase our stamina. So player.stamina, or in fact player.other other stats dot stamina dot value plus let's actually times equals, no, let's say equals player.upgrades.upgrade to level.value times that by 250. We'll wrap this multiplier in brackets and just add 250 on the end. So if we now hit test and play, we're going to have, should be alright. Let me set my stamina back to its default value. Other stats, stamina, back to 250 as it should be. If we run over to the shop, say run over, like hobble over. I don't want to sell at the minute. But if we now hit this, let me just exchange, there we go. So you'll see 500 coins, 750 coins, 0. So if we now buy that, we got 500 points, 750, 1000, 1 point, there we go. And we can increase our max stamina. Now because we're doing this, we should actually be able to go above 250, and it shouldn't have just not capped it. Let's have a look. Should let us go to 3.8k. Of course, because we've got a lot of points now, we can go ridiculously fast. But anyway, when we hit our eventual, there we go, hit upgrade, we don't fall over, exchange flow, we don't touch it long enough to exchange, there we go. And you'll see it's all working. Now let's close it, make sure it saves, and if it saves, we're all good. Let's hit play, and it has saved. Awesome. Let's make sure it's saved our upgrades. Hit this, and it has saved our upgrade values. Awesome. So everyone, that is it for this video. Everything's working as intended. I hope you found it helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make the second island, because obviously in this game there's going to be more than one island. We're going to have to build up a load of speed to parkour across to the next island. So let's get on with that. So first of all, I'm going to open our workspace and grab everything in this island. So that's the spawn, island 1. In fact, I'm going to put the spawn inside of island 1. So that's island 1 and island 1 buildings and orb folder. I'm going to then right click these and group as a folder and rename this to island 1. Now that we've done that, there's one thing we're going to need to do. We're going to get a lot of errors in scripts and things. So if we hit test and play, make sure you've got your output enabled under view and output. We're going to get quite a lot of errors, so let's open all of these. So first of all, island 1 buildings is not a valid member of workspace. So we just need to say workspace dot island 1 dot island 1 buildings. Let's look at the next error. Once again, game.workspace dot island 1 dot island 1 buildings, and what's down here, and once again let's hit test now and play. see if that's all fixed. There's still one more error. Island 1 buildings, this local script here, which is the mouse button click, so that's for the upgrade shop. No, that's for the exchange under the cell GUI. Exchange button, local script, game.workspace.island1. Oh yep, and back in here again, we've just got that to do. So back under our local script again, game.workspace.island1 buildings. And now we should have no errors. If we hit play, there should be no errors and our game should continue to run as it was. Okay, so now that we've done that, we need to create a hole in the wall which we can run out of. So I'm going to open our Island 1, open up one of the models. So basically, so this model here, basically we want to make a hole. You'll see what I mean in a minute. I'm going to open this up, find the right part, which is this one, and go to scale, and I'm just going to scale it in like this. This probably won't be perfectly center. You make it however you want it to be. I'm just designing this roughly like that. So there we go. Now we've got two walls instead of just one along here, so which leaves us a gap. Now if we go to this model, we can do the exact same thing. Maybe overhang that a little bit because it's meant to be. Yeah, over a little bit. Duplicate it and do the same thing over here. Hang over a little bit and bring this all the way down here. I don't think we can use collisions on this. Oh, we can. There we go. Perfect. Now we've got a little space to do some parkour. Okay, now that we've got this full Island 1 here, I'm going to duplicate this entire folder, and there is going to be some adjustments we're going to have to make. So we're going to move this over here a decent distance away, and we're going to rotate it 180 degrees so that these little hole bits are facing each other. I don't think that's even, but maybe it is. No, I don't think that is, but that doesn't matter. You can, oh maybe it is. You can play around with that anyway. In this second island, so we've got Island 1 and Island 1. This second island, I'm going to rename to Island 2. If you've got certain names, you could call this like Grass Island, Desert Island. That's what I'm going to make this. I'm going to make this an Desert Island. So I'm going to open this. Under Island 1, first of all, we're going to rename that to Island 2. Because this is all the structure of it. We can delete the spawn. That's not going to be needed. Under Island 1 buildings, we can actually delete that folder. We're not going to need any upgrade or exchange buildings yet. We're going to make more of those in the future for other islands, but not yet. What is all of this here? So these are our orbs. So I'm going to make all of these orbs. I'm going to go under our orb folder, hit the top one, hold shift, hit the bottom one. That'll select all of them. And I'm going to change the color to maybe orange, just to play around with it. Okay, I'm now going to open this orb script and change it. The amount you get from plus equals between 5 and 23. I don't know, just a very random number. And then I'm going to copy that and put that in all of these scripts. Unfortunately, because half of these orbs are going to be different, we can't just do the Control Shift F thing. So we've got to do this manually. So open every single orb script in the second island, change the number 523, 523, and once you've done that, just close the script. Like so. I'm going to keep going here. 523, 523, 523, 523. Close, 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 close. Close, 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 close. These will now all work. And now we need to change up the colour of this island. So under Island 2, open our model, select all these parts, and they're all the same colour. So we'll make those maybe like a dark gold, like brown, yellowy colour. We'll see how this goes. Select all of these parts, and we'll make these like a lighter yellow colour. Yeah, that looks alright. And then we'll select the base plate, and we'll make that a light yellow. Like that. Now that looks a bit bad, so what I'm going to do, get the base plate, change from smooth plastic to maybe sand. That looks realistic, not very nice, but it looks alright. Basically, you just want to play around with this till it looks how you want it to look. That'll do. There we go. Now we got Island 1, Island 2. Now with this, we need to make some parkour in the middle. So this will technically be connected to Island 1. So let's add a part. And we're just going to design some parkour. And I'm just going to scale this up. Make it a little platform. So I'm not going to make this too crazy at the minute. I'm not going to design it a load as well. I'm just literally making a basic obby type thing just to get from one island to the other. But you're going to need a fair amount of speed to be able to do it like that. That should do the trick. And then if I rotate that a bit, it's not perfect, but it'll do. And then I'm going to select these 3 parts, maybe make them green or something, and anchor them as well. Make sure it's all anchored, and then drag these parts. I'm going to right click and group as a model. Rename this model to to obby or something like that, or just parkour. We'll call it parkour, and drag that into Island 1. Awesome. Now if we hit test play, we should need a certain amount of speed to get to the second island. We're going to program all of that stuff, the second island, all of that in another video. I think next episode we'll work on the world boost. But let's go and test this. So we're getting, 2 to I think it's 15 points for each of these orbs. Now we're going to run over here. We shouldn't be able to make this on 600 points. There, yeah, no. So we need a lot more points. So let's give ourselves like 2,000 points. Of course, you will need to play around with this, see what works, see what doesn't. That should be enough speed. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and we did not make it. So this platform at the end needs to be up a bit higher. This is just the stuff that you have to test, I'm afraid. You can't really get it right first time. Let's go with that. Test play again. And when you're happy with it, you should be able to call it a day. Now I'm just going to make sure this all works. So there. Okay, now we're on the desert island. Now these should give us between, 5 and 23. I think it is. It's definitely working, so that's a start. Now if we rebirth, it resets us. Awesome. Now we'll work on more functionality of this second island in maybe the next video when we make world boost, or maybe in a future video. But either way, next video we're going to work on world boost, so I hope you found this helpful, everyone. You can make as many islands as you want. I don't recommend going too far ahead yet, because we will be doing extra bits and bobs for this second island before we make a third one. But you can make it. You can make 20 islands, 100, maybe not 100. That would be quite a lot, but you can make as many as you want. So I'll see you in the next video, everyone, and goodbye. Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to show you how to make the world boost. So depending on what island you're on, you'll get a different boost. Okay, so to get started, we're going to go into our Leaderstats script and create a brand new Leaderstats. So I'm just going to copy my stamina script, drop down, and this will be world boost. It's going to be an int value, and it's going to be under other stats. Our world boost.name will be world boost, all one word, doesn't matter. And the value by default is going to be 1 because we want a 1 times boost. Okay, now we're going to make a quick text label that will display our world boost right at the top of the screen. So if we go under starter GUI, we can do this under main screen. We can add a text label. I'm going to call this world boost. Maybe make it 1010, and then I can play around with the size like so. Just scale it up. And I have it right at the top of the screen like this. Background transparency 1. The text is going to be scaled. It's going to say world boost 1 times for now by default, 1x. Make it a nice font. I'm definitely going to make it smaller though, like that. Make it whatever colour you want. So basically just design this this thing however you would like it. I'll have it like that. And we're going to add in a local script inside of it. In this script, we're going to, basically copy our script from the points thing and paste it in here. However, we're going to remove the abbreviation module because we're not going to need that. And the text is simply going to say player.otherstats.worldboost.value. Although it'll actually say world boost : space, and then we can say ... dot dot x or something like that. Now that should do the trick. So this will basically make it say world boost, then the world boost value, then times on the end. Okay, now under our first island, we are going to add in a script. Now this is going to seem odd. Basically, open up island 1, and your island 1, just the island 1 model. You're going to want to get the base plate, and we're going to add a script into the base plate. Now I know that sounds weird, but this is how we're going to manage the world boost. So we need to say script.parent.touched : connect function hit. So our classic touched events. We now need to check that if the player exists. So if game.players : get player from character hit.parent, then so if there is a player, local player equals game.players : get player from character hit.parent, and we then need to set the world boost to 1. So if they're on this island, the default, the world boost will be 1. So we say player : find first child, world boost. Oh, sorry, this should actually be player.otherstats : the reason we're doing : find first child is because we're going to be calling this a lot of times, and just in case the world boost hasn't loaded in yet, it's going to create loads of errors. So this find first child will only call this line of code if the world boost exists in the player. This just prevents a load of unnecessary errors. And then we'll say dot value equals 1 because we want it to be 1 by default. We will now right click this script and copy it, close island 1, go into island 2, get the base plate of island 2, and paste this script into there, but this time I'm going to set the world boost to 2. Now you'll see if we hit play, the world boost is 1 times. Now if we go over to the other island, the world boost won't, as soon as we hit the base plate, it should change to 2 times. And it does, awesome. So we've now got a world boost going. So if I hit stop, what we need to do now is go under our event script and find where we're adding to our points value, which is here. And we need to basically wrap this 1 plus rebirths.value plus upgrade 1 level.value in brackets, and then multiply it by times player.otherstats world boost value. Now let me just clear that up a bit, like so. So our player.otherstats.points.value is now adding 1 plus the rebirth value plus the upgrade 1 level, all multiplied by the world boost. Now if we were to hit play, so let me sell, actually I won't sell yet, so let's open players other stats points. You'll see our points are increasing as they should. So we're getting, what's that, we're getting 7 a step now. As soon as we hit here we should be getting 14 a step, which I believe we are. 82, 96, yeah, now we're getting 14 per step. Awesome, that all works. You can collect all these orbs and everything's working as intended. Now if we die, it shouldn't give us any problems. It should just go back to 1 times when we respawn, which it does. Awesome, which now gives us 7 again. We don't have to save it because it's we're always going to spawn on the first island, and no matter what, we're always going to be touching the base plate, so it doesn't matter. It will, we don't have to save it. So there we go. I hope you found this video helpful, everyone. If you did, then leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hey everyone, today we're going to make portals so that we can teleport to each island once we've unlocked it. Now you'll see that I've actually gone and made a 3rd island just for the sake of having more portals. I'm not changing the orb colours, so I'll do that now. But this just allows us to have more portals to play around with, really. As I say, you can make as many islands as you want. You're not limited to, you know, 2 islands. You can make 5, 10, 20, you know, you can make as many as you want. Anyway, to get started, we're going to have to design a portal. If you already have a portal frame designed, then that's perfect, but I'm just going to quickly make a rough one. So I'm going to place down a part. I have move 1 studs on, by the way, just to lock it to 1 stud. If I go into avatar, rig builder, bring in R15 block avatar, I can kind of scale this to the size of a player. So if I go maybe like that, I reckon that's good. So this can be, we'll scale this in like that, and maybe again, no we can't go again. So if we just call this portal, call this portal part, because we know this is the teleporting bit. And then we'll change this colour to maybe a green. Actually no, we'll change it to a yellow because we're teleporting to a yellow, like a deserty island. So we'll change that to a yellow colour. And make the transparency maybe 0.25. Okay, now what we're going to do is duplicate this portal part. Bring it out, so let me put my one stud. So bring it out like this. And first of all, we're going to make this transparency 0. Just so it's like a solid colour. And I'm also going to make it a darker yellow as well, because this will be the frame. Now duplicate this again, we'll be just basically putting parts around here, like so. And here's our portal, our desert portal. It's not very good, but it will do. So these frames, we're going to rename these to portal frame, like so. And then our portal parts in the middle. We can then group all of this, Control G or Command G, rename this to portal 1, just call it portal 1, or desert portal. Okay, now we're going to duplicate this desert portal and bring it over into the desert. And this will be used to teleport back to the main island. So we'll rename this to from desert portal to home portal or something like that. Now we're going to grab these two. Actually, I'm going to make all of this white, so the frame will be like grey, like that, and the actual portal part will be white, so we know it teleports us back. And I'm going to grab these two, group them, rename it to desert portal again, and then group it again, and rename this to portals. So now what we will have is a group called portals, with a model inside called desert portal, with two models inside, desert portal and home portal. Of course, it may not be called desert portal for you. It may, you may not have a desert. You may have, I don't know, something else. Okay, now we're going to open our Leaderstats script. So under Leaderstats, we're going to scroll down before the upgrades, and we're going to make portals. So in here we'll have local portal folder equals instance.new, and it's going to be a folder inside of the player. Portal folder .name is going to be portals, just portals. And next we're going to have an unlocked, portals unlocked value, which will be an integer. So every portal we get unlocked, it will increment by 1, which we'll then use to correspond to the portals. You'll understand a bit later. So basically, to do this we're going to create a variable local portals unlocked equals instance.new int value inside of portal folder. Portals unlocked .name is going to be equal to portals unlocked, and the value portals unlocked .value by default is going to be 0. Next we must save this, so under our data store we'll have to create a local save value 10 equals player dot portals dot portals unlocked. Save value 10.value equals get saved 10. Add our save value 10 into here, and into here player dot upgrades dot dot portals unlocked dot value. Okay, now under our portals and our desert portal and our portal part, we're going to add a script. So let me just go over to this this part here. Yep, so we're going to add a script. Now in this script, we're going to say local part equals script.parent, just so we can easily access the part. Now we can say part.touched connect function hit. We've used this quite a few times now. So whenever the part is touched, we're going to get the player, so local player equals game.players get player from character hit.parent. Now we'll say if player and then if player or find first child portals, then so if portals exists inside the player. Now everyone bear with me here, I know this is going to seem a bit weird, but after this find first child we want to say .p1. Then, so if player find first child portals .p1, then we'll say player dots. Now, if you're using R15, I think we've covered this before. R15, you have to, let me try and find it. I think it's under our exchange coins. Yeah, here we are. We've covered it before. So if you're under R6, you have to do the lower torso. If you're R15, you have to do humanoid root part. So I'm going to use humanoid root part. So player dot humanoid root part dot cframe equals cframe dot new. And in here we need to put some coordinates. Now, in fact, actually, I'm not going to use this because every time we do use this, we fall over. Instead, I'm going to say player dot character colon move to, and we need a C-frame. So let's go. Basically, we want to teleport somewhere. So we get this portal here, this home portal. Find the part. We'll just bring it forward a few studs, just so we teleport in front of the portal, and copy this position, and then we can put the portal frame back. Once we've copied the position, we can, under our colon move to, put the position in here, and we should be good. In fact, actually in here we'll say vector3.new, and then put the coordinates in. And then once we've done that, if we hit, actually we won't be able to test this yet because we don't have .p1. So now we can close this script, and actually we can duplicate it and put the duplicated one into the other portal part, this home portal, because so we can teleport back. So if we open this script, now this one's a bit different. Under our part.touched, we'll have our local player. If player find first child, we want to find the, so we want to keep these first two lines here, but rather than find first child portals, we're going to find first child humanoid, and we can remove this .p1. Then player dot character colon move to. In fact, we don't even need that if there. We just need to say if player then player dot character colon move to vector3 dot new. And this time we're going to get this vector. So let's bring this forward a few studs, copy the position, and go back. We go here. There we are. Perfect. Now I'm going to close all these portals just to collapse the Explorer a bit. Now we're going to make a slight adjustment to our base plate. So under our second island, we want to find our base plate, and in that script we're going to just drop down, leave this bit at the top because we're going to, actually we'll change it. So we're going to keep this if game.players blah blah blah, local player. Now before this player.other stats, I'm just going to comment this out for a minute using two minuses and drop down a line. Under this local player. Now under here we're going to say if player dot portals, we're going to get local children equals player dot portals. Now bear with me, this is going to seem weird, colon get children. Now what this will do is it will get all the children, so every value under the portals folder, because each time we unlock a new portal, we're going to add a new value to say that portal's unlocked. Now you'll see at the end, it's a bit hard to explain, but now we're going to say if hashtag children equals 1, then, so if the number of children is 1. Now the reason we're doing that is because we're adding one child into that in the leader stats, which is so let's go under here, which is the portal's unlocked. So that's always going to be a child. So if that's the only child in there, then we'll have to create a new portal. So local p1 equals instance.new bool value, because we want to put p1 into the folder once they've touched this base plate, because that means they've unlocked it. P1 standing for portal 1. So if that value is inside the folder, they've unlocked portal 1. So, and this is going to be inside of, so the parent is going to be the portals folder. So player.portals. Next we'll say p1.name equals just p1. So script.parent. Basically we want to change the portal transparency to 0.3 or 0.25 to show that it's been unlocked. So we need to find the, so we actually need to find this portal here. So that will be under script. Dot parent is the base plate. Dot parent is the island 2. Dot parent's island 2 folder. Dot parent is the workspace. Dot portals. So actually a better way would just be saying workspace dot portals dot under portals we want desert portal, dot desert portal again, dot portal part, dot transparency equals 0.3, and then we'll say player dot portals unlocked dot value equals 1, because we've now unlocked one portal. And now after both these ends and if statements, just before this last end, we can uncomment our other stats. And that's perfect. That should now work. Okay, what we want to do now is under our data store script again, where we've got these two if statements, we will say if, actually we'll say local portals equals player dot portals unlocked. We don't actually need anything else. Then we'll say if portals dot value, so if portals unlocked dot value is 1, then we've unlocked one portal, so we need to say workspace dot portals dot desert portal dot portal part dot transparency equals, I can't remember what we set it at, was it 0.25 or 0.3? They basically have the same effect, but I can't remember what one we used. 0.3 we used, so equals 0.3. Then we'll say local p1 for portal 1 equals instance.new bool value inside of player.portals, and then p1.name of course equals p1, and that should be good actually there. And then that will put, so basically if our portal value is 1, then this will put p1 into the player, which will then do the rest nicely. So now under our portals, we can actually go to our desert portal and make this portal part transparency of 1, because we don't want to be able to touch it. Now if we hit test and play here, you will see. So we've actually got a few errors here. So attempt to index nil with find first child. So that's saying basically I think it means our player doesn't exist. So what we need to say first is if player then, and then wrap that into there. So open up the script the error is coming from, put if player then first, because that will stop all those errors. So now if we hit play, you'll see we touch it, nothing's happening. P1's not a valid member of portals. It'd help if I actually anchored the, make sure you anchor your portals as well. So I'm going to home, anchor, test, play. There we go, so nothing's happening. I'm actually going to turn can collide off on the portal parts as well. So this is just playing around with it, getting everything nice. So you select both portal parts, can collide off, so we can just go straight through them. Now see when we run up to this, nothing's happening. We're getting an error, P1's not a valid member. Now we can stop this, we can put colon find first child P1, but we don't need to do that. If we were to now, in fact I'm going to fix it. So let's just stop the script, open up our desert portal, and just do colon find first child P1, and this will stop all those random errors if P1 doesn't exist. So now if we touch it, no errors. If we go and unlock it, so that's it, it should now be unlocked. So let's go back to the main island, and you'll see it's here, so we can go through, and it's all good. We're now teleporting to and from these islands. Now if we were to stop and hit play again, this island should have saved. So let's click play here. It should have saved, and it has. We can go through it and it's all perfect. Now to do this for the third island, I'm going to go cover this very quickly because it's not very hard. We're going to duplicate our desert portal, rename this to my third island's winter, so winter portal. So we've got our desert portal here. I'm going to rename to winter portal. To move this over a little bit like that, just change the portal frame color to maybe dark white, and the actual portal part will also be a white. Next, under this script, this will be if find first child P2, and we're going to move to a different location. So let's get our home portal, and we're going to move this home portal over into the winter area. So it's about here. And then we're going to grab the portal part, move it forward a few studs, copy the C-frame position, put it back, then paste that C-frame position into here. Now, as for this portal part script, we don't need to change anything because we're teleporting to the main island again, so we don't need to change anything there. So that's all of that. Under this, we're going to duplicate this script and put it into island 3 base plate. We can delete this old script here. So the world boost will be 3 in here. Portals unlocked will be equal to 2. This will be P2. And this will be if number of children's 2. Because of course you can't get to the 3rd island without having unlocked the 2nd island. Now that all looks good to me. Now we're going to go into Leaderstats. No, sorry, we're not. We're going to go under Data Store. And get if portals.value equals 2. Then, so first of all we need to get our P1 value, and we also need to get the P2 value. So this will be workspace.portals.winterportal.winterportal.portalPart.transparency 0.3 P2 P2. Everything looks good there. Now if we were to test this, sorry if I'm going through this quite fast, it's just because this video is getting quite long. If you do need any help with this, just join our Discord and I'll happily help there. So you'll see we can't go through this one, we can go through this one. As soon as we unlock this other island here, you'll see it goes to 3 times. We can go back, there we go, or we should be able to go back. This actually teleported us in front of this portal, but you can change that yourself if you want, it's not crazy. And this actually hasn't changed the transparency here, but we can now go through it. So let me stop, figure out what's going on with our transparency. So it looks like we're not changing the transparency of the right thing. So under base plate of island 3, that's because we're changing it. So we want .winterportal.winterportal.portalPart.transparency. Now it should work for it to hit play, and you'll see it does, and it saves as well. So that's both our portals done. So I hope you found this video helpful, everyone. Sorry if I went through this quite quick, just because I'm aware that this video is getting a bit longer than usual. If you do need any help with this, please let me know in the comments, and I'll try and respond to all the comments. I'll try my best. However, I can't promise that. So if you join our Discord server, you can find the link in our description. We will help as soon as possible there. We try and help every single person on Discord, just because it's easier to manage than YouTube. So please, if you are struggling, join our Discord and we'll help you over there. But I hope you found this video helpful, everyone. If you did, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. Hello everyone, today we're going to fix up the portal system. Now this is part 2 out of 2 for the portal video, because if you noticed, so last video, if you noticed, the portals, we made them, but they work for everyone. I'm not going to do it because it takes a little while to load, but if I was to run a server, like a simulated server with 2 or more players, if one person gets the portal, the whole server will unlock it, which I think is not, well, that's not ideal, it's not what we want. To get started, we're going to open up our portals folder, our desert portal, and we're going to open up this main desert portal here. Open up the script, the portal part, and you'll see this here. This is a part.touched. It's basically everything in here is happening locally. So we're looking for anything that doesn't happen locally. So the actual portals themselves, touching the portals themselves, it all happens locally, which is good. What I mean by locally is if something happens, it only happens to the one player on the client. That's what I mean by locally. So if we were to now go under Island 1, under the base plate script, you'll see we are changing the world boost for just the player as well, player.otherStats.worldBoost. So that is all good. So where exactly is this not happening locally? Well, first of all, under server script services, under our data store, it's not happening locally here because we are changing all of the properties of the portal on the server and not for the player. So what we're going to do is under starter player scripts, we've got our movement script. We're going to add another local script which will be called portal script, and in here we're basically going to copy this workspace.desertportal.transparency. We're going to copy that and paste it in here with a bit more, of course. We're going to, under replicated storage, we're going to create a new folder for, in fact we don't need to make a new folder, we're going to add a remote event which will be called portal event, and in here we're going to say game.replicatedStorage.portalEvent.onClientEvent::connect function, and we're going to put this line into here. In fact, we are going to pass in name into here. We don't need the player, but this name is going to be a string, which will be the name of the portal. So like Desert Portal, for example. This is why it's very important to make sure under your portals, your Desert Portal and Desert Portal, make sure both these portals have the same name, if that makes sense. So if you're not quite following with the names, if you go back to the last video right at the start when we actually made these portals, make sure they're grouped, so it's Desert Portal, then Desert Portal, like so, or whatever your portals are. Like for example here I got winter. Ignore the home, that's fine, we don't need to change anything about that. Okay, now what we're going to say in here is if name is equal to, and here we'll say Desert Portal, then, in fact we don't even need to say that, we can just say workspace.portals : find first child name, and then we'll do it again, find first child name, as in the variable name here, .portalPart.transparency equals 0.3. And this should now do that for us. So we should now be able to replace each of these here with game.replicatedStorage.portalEvent::fire client, and the name here will be Desert Portal. Make sure the name you're putting in is the exact same as the name of the group. Copy that, paste that in here, and this will be Winter Portal. So we'll paste that there, Winter Portal. Like so, we've now got Desert Portal, Winter Portal, and we should, if we now hit test and play, only one of my clients actually got the P1 unlocked, which means Portal 1, so the other player, the portal should now only be unlocked for one player when they load the game in the data store. So let's have a look. So it's not unlocked for player 2, it should be unlocked for player 1. Not quite. Oh, sorry, the reason this isn't working, very common mistake. Before we put the Desert Portal, we need to actually give the client that we're firing this to, which will be the player. So we need to do a player, comma, before each of these, because we need to pass in the player that we want to fire this client on. So now if we're to test this, player 1 on the thing for me on this local server should have the portal unlocked when they load in the game, and player 2 shouldn't. So we'll see what order these load in, so we're just waiting now. So here we go, there's player 1, player 2. Okay, never mind. Alright, so this is player 2. So you see, for player 2, the portal's not locked, the portal is locked, and for player 1 it's unlocked. Perfect, we should now not be able to pass through it. I can't remember, we might not have coded this bit yet. Let's go over there as this player and see if we can still touch it. We shouldn't be able to. Okay, you can see as I'm now approaching the portal, if I touch it, because it's not loaded in, we shouldn't be able to actually touch it. Oh, we can't. Perfect. So now back to the original project. And what you'll see is if we go on the base plate of Island 1, nothing much is happening because we're not unlocking any new islands. If we go into Island 2 and go into the base plate, you'll see it's a bit more complicated. We've got a bit more going on. And once again, we are changing the portal inside of the script. So let's fix this again with game.replicatedStorage.portalEvent::fire client. We want the player and the Desert Portal. Now what this is also doing is being a lot more optimized because we're not using we're not reusing the same code multiple times. This should now work for here, so we're going to close this, go into our island 3 if you have a third island. Even if you have 4 islands, you want to do this on all your islands. And once again, this is the Winter Portal, so it's going to be game.replicatedStorage.portalEvent::fire client, the player, comma, in brackets, Winter Portal, like so. And this should now work. So if we were to close this, I'm going to reset my data store to test this. Everything should now work. So to reset my data store, I'm going to open it and change this from tutorial-2 to tutorial-3. If you ever want to go back, you can to an old one, you can just rename it to 2 or 1 or whatever the old names were, and it'll go back to that old save. If we now hit play with a wiped data store, so I want a server with 2 players on it, you'll see we should now be as good as gold. When it loads, everything should work as intended. So here's our 2 players. Now you're going to see that they are both very, very slow. Both portals are currently locked. I'm going to open the server here and give both our players some speed. So under leader stats, I'm just going to cheat. Not leader stats, sorry, other stats. I'm going to make their stamina 1,000 each, and I'm going to give them both 1,000 points. So I'm going to make their stamina 1,000 for each. This is just testing, and I'll give them 500 points. That'll be enough. 500 points each. So now let's go back to here. So player 1 is going to run over to this portal. Shouldn't be able to touch it, neither of them. Yep, so we can't touch any of the portals because we don't have enough speed. Now I'm just going to give player 1 2,000 stamina. Give them like 1,500 points. Do this parkour. I think 1,500 is enough. Yep, perfect. Now they've touched this. It's not opened the portal for this player, and this player can't go through the portal. However, if they go back, player 1 can go to and from the portal as they should. They can't go into the next portal. Now if we get player 2 to unlock the next portal, so if I go stamina, I'll make it like 5,000, make their points like 4,000, just so we know, or yeah, 4,000, just so we know they have enough speed. Player 2, they're going to do the parkour. They've unlocked the second island. Now they're going to unlock the third, and it shouldn't unlock the third for player 2. We're going to die and start all the way back here now. I might work on this in the future as well. So if you die, you respawn on the island you were previously on. But in the meantime, it's a good chance to test our second portal. Perfect. There we go. So we've unlocked the third island. It's not unlocked for player 1. Can't go through it. Player 2, however, can now go through it. They can go through both portals. And perfect. Now if we were to actually stop and restart, our data store should have kicked in. Player 2 should have both portals unlocked. Player 1 should just have the desert portal unlocked. So let's wait for this to load and we'll have a look. So we're loading in. Sorry about all the squashed UI. You see player... Oh, we have got a problem by the looks of it. Let's go into our actual starter player, into our portal script. And to fix this, what we're going to do is under here, we're going to drop down a line. And we want to find our portals. So open up your portals folder in the workspace and see how many children it has. If it has 2 children, children are basically the number of sub tabs. So mine's got 2 portals. So we're going to say repeat wait until hashtag workspace dot portals get children equals 2. So this line here will just repeat the wait function, so it won't call what's down here until the portals has 2 children, which basically this waits until both children have loaded before we start loading in the other player's data. So if we were to now run our little local server, player 2, it should now work. If it doesn't, I'll have to have a little look at that, but it should work now. So player 2 should have both portals, player 1 should have just the desert portal. Now I don't know what player's what. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure why, but for some reason it seems that our portal's unlocked value isn't changing. So we're going to basically open our island 2 baseplate script. We're going to move that line above where we fired this event. And same in the third island, we're going to move this portal's unlocked value equals 2 above this fire client event. Close that. Now we know that both of these work, so we're going to reset the data store again. Tutorial 4 now. We're going to test this on 2 servers again, and hopefully it works. Now I'm only going to unlock the the desert portal on 1 player just to save time, because we have encountered a couple of problems that we didn't want. We know the winter portal does work. So you'll see here. So I'm going to go into my client, give player 1 like 2,000 stamina and like, I don't know, 1,700 points, just for the sake of swiftness. So player 1's running, so player 2 is going to touch the desert portal, and you'll see it doesn't appear for player 2, but player 1 it does. So now if we were to stop this and terminate the game and restart it, it should save with player 1 having the desert portal, player 2 having no portals. So you see we're loading. So everyone, what I've realised is you can't test data store properly on a local server because the players don't have user IDs. So basically I've got to test this on my main account. So when you test it on your main account. So I'm going to give myself 2,000 stamina, like 1,800 points. Going to unlock the desert portal. In fact, actually a good way of testing this would be now to go from current client to current server, and if this portal frame is invisible in the server, that means it has worked because it's only there for the player. So now if we were to stop this and restart my data store, on my screen, the portal should still be visible, which it is. And if I go to current server, it should not be visible, which it isn't. So that's perfect. It all works as intended. If we click to rebirth, you see it rebirths, but we keep our portal. I don't think I am going to mess about with that today. I'm going to play around with all this when we work on our multiple rebirth buttons. I think we're going to do that very shortly, maybe within the next few videos. And then we'll sort out all the portals on Rebirth, and we'll make it so when you rebirth you get teleported back to the original island, and we'll go from there. So I hope you found this video helpful. Sorry if it was a bit hard to follow. The portal system is one of the more complicated parts of the series. Rebirths will also be quite tough, multiple rebirths, but if you can get through this, you can get through the rebirths. If you do struggle with this, don't worry, especially if you're a beginner. It is quite hard to grasp. If you join our Discord server, we can help you out there. So other than that, thanks for watching everybody. I hope you found this helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make the GUI for the start of our multiple rebirths. We're only going to do the GUI today because otherwise this will end up being a really long video, which isn't really optimal. So to get started, go under Start GUI, and we're going to duplicate our upgrade shop and rename this to, we'll call it Rebirth GUI. Now under this Rebirth GUI, we're going to delete our Open Upgrade Shop 1 script, click this shop image label and hit visible. Next, under our scrolling frame, you'll see if we add more, it automatically updates the frame. We did that when we made the system. And so what we will do is delete upgrade 2 and upgrade 1. We're going to keep as a reference. Actually no, we'll just delete that. We'll do this all as we go along. Now I'm going to rename this shop image label to Rebirth background, and we're going to change the header to Rebirth. Next we're going to go to our main screen, get our Rebirth button and drag it into the Rebirth GUI, and then what we're going to do is under our Rebirth event, before we rebirth, well, what we're going to do, in fact, rather than dragging it under our Rebirth GUI, we're going to drag it under our scrolling frame. We are now going to have to resize this a bit. So I'm going to make it a size of 0.850, 0.30. Actually, I'll make that 0.150 on the Y. And we're going to give it a slightly darker hint. Maybe give it an outline as well. A UI stroke. Maybe a thickness of 1 on the text. In fact, actually, rather than doing this on the text, I think we're going to do this as a border. Actually, no, we'll do contextual. I quite like that. And that's it, basically. Now, inside this Rebirth event, here is before we fire this server under the mouse button 1 click event. We are going to, so just before this, say button.parent, which is the scrolling frame, .parent, which is the Rebirth background, .visible equals false. Because then basically when we rebirth, it's going to make this thing invisible and our rebirth will be applied. We're going to change a bit of the text here. This will be click to rebirth. We'll just keep that as is for now. And what the idea is that when we have more rebirths, so we've got rebirth 1, so rebirth 1, rebirth 2, and with this second rebirth, the idea is that under the event, we can say rebirth, click, rather than click to rebirth, it'll be something like click to rebirth 5 times, or like 5 or something like that in brackets, and it will be like rebirth 5 in, as in 5 rebirths, and then we'll do 5 lots of all the calculations. But I'm not going to get into making multiple buttons right now. We're just going to get the UI set up. And next we'll close, we can actually make the rebirth background invisible and add in a text button inside of this rebirth GUI, which we're going to call open rebirth, or just call it open rebirth. Now as for the size and color and whatnot, I'm going to open up my text labels here, my coins text label, grab the size and the background color. So the size, we're going to paste that in. Color as well, we'll get the same, just make sure it's all the same. We'll get any like roundify UI corners, so we'll bring the UI corner in. Hope if I copied the right color. We'll scale up the text and just design it how you want it to look effectively. So I'm going to leave mine like this. Now under this open rebirth, we're going to add in a local script, which in here is going to say local button equals script.parent, button.mouse button one click :connect function, and then in here we'll say button, we're going to open or close the frame, so button dot parent dot rebirth background dot visible equals not itself, basically equals not button dot parent dot rebirth background dot visible. And this will set, if it's true, it'll be false. If it's false, it will be true. And this will toggle it on and off. So if we now hit test, and actually first, if we go over to our close frame, we need to change the script in here. We'd say button dot parent dot parent. No, actually no, that's all still good. So now if we hit play and test this, you'll see if we hit this rebirth button, we've got our rebirth in 1.9k. This should still update. You can see we keep clicking this, it toggles on and off. We can close it there. Now you'll see as we collect these orbs, 1.8, should go down to 1.7 in a minute. There we are, 1.7, and it continues. Now if we do get enough speed to actually rebirth, which I'll show you now. So you can see I can rebirth in 300. So I can now rebirth, I've got enough points. So if I click that, it closes and it resets and gives us our rebirth. So that's perfect, everybody. So next video I'm going to show you the code to actually make these multiple rebirths. I think we might fix up this portal as well, make sure the portal respawns you along with the rebirth as well. So thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you in the next video, and goodbye. Hello everyone, today we're going to first of all make the upgrade that allows you to get more multiple rebirth buttons and make these other buttons. So let's get straight into it. So to get started, under Starter GUI, under my Rebirth GUI, I'm going to hide the Rebirth GUI frame, make it invisible, or the image label, sorry. And we're going to open up the upgrade shop. Now in this shop, under our scrolling frame, we're going to duplicate upgrade 2 and call it upgrade 3. And upgrade 3, we're going to call this new rebirth button or something like that. We'll leave the description because that changes in script. Under the fire event, we're going to fire upgrade 3 event. And in the text script, we're going to have script.parent.parent.parent blah 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 equals cost, which will be upgrade 3 cost.value. And the level will be upgrade 3 level.value. We will be making a max upgrade for this as well in the next video. Now let's close that and go into our Leaderstats script. Now under where we've got our upgrades, we're going to copy and paste all of upgrade 2. And this will be upgrade 3. So upgrade 3 level and upgrade 3 cost. This will be upgrade 3 level and upgrade 3 cost, which by default... Now actually I'm going to do this a different way. Upgrade 3 cost is going to be free. And that is because this will be in gems. I'm going to make it so upgrade 3 will cost you gems. So if you want a new rebirth button, you're going to have to pay gems to get it. So this will be 3 gems. We can adjust accordingly, of course. Now we can close that and head back into our text. What we need to do is under replicate storage, under upgrade events, we need to create our upgrade 3 event, and then under our event script in workspace, we need to copy all of upgrade 2 event, paste it and call this upgrade 3 event. The only difference will be this will be if player.leaderstats.gems.value and not coins, because if we look in under our server script service event, our leader stats, sorry, you notice we have gems which we made in one of the first episodes, and we're going to use gems to pay for this instead. This will be upgrade free cost. Then we do player.leaderstats.gems.value minus equals player.upgrades.upgrade free cost.value, and we will multiply cost free value by, I'm going to increase it by more this time, maybe 1.56, and we're going to increase the level by 1. And we can delete this stamina dot value line down here. Okay, that's our upgrade free event on server event in there, done. Now back under the text, where we've got this cost, we've got here coins, we'll just say gems there. Now under our data store script, we need to make save value 11 and 12. So save value 11, save value 12 equals player dot upgrades dot upgrade free level and player dot upgrades dot upgrade free cost. Save value 11 and 12, and of course save value 11 dot value and save value 12 dot value. You should be pretty familiar with how we add more to the data store by now. Now, because our save value 12 isn't 0 by default, we need to say if save value 12 dot value is equal to 0, then save value 12 dot value equals 3, which is our default number. If we go back under our leader stats, we see 3 is our default cost in gems. Okay, now back under here we need to add player dot upgrades dot upgrade to level dot value and to so dot upgrades dot upgrade, sorry, free level dot value, and player dot upgrades dot upgrade free cost dot value. Now we can close the data store script. Now we can actually make our shop invisible because I believe we are done with that, and we need to open up our Rebirth shop again. So inside of the Rebirth shop, under our scrolling frame, we've got Rebirth 1. We're going to duplicate this to be Rebirth 2, and again, which I'm just going to make 3 Rebirth buttons. Actually, I'll make 5. Rebirth 3. This will be Rebirth 4. In fact, an easier way of doing this is just we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, like so, and then I'll just do 5, just so we can get the actual scrolling bit here as well. So under number 1, we're going to open our Rebirth event where we've got all of our stuff, and what we're going to do is create a calculation variable. In fact, we're not. And now we can see everything in here is all good. The only difference is when we're doing .rebirth fire server, we're actually going to pass in the number 1. I'm going to give each button a rebirth value, which in this case will be 1. For number 1, it's going to give you 1 rebirth. And what we're going to do when we call the workspace.events.rebirth fire server, we're going to pass in the rebirth value. So if you want the button to give you 5 rebirths, you'll put in 5. So this is number of rebirths given. Now you'll see why we're doing this shortly, but basically we're going to pass in the rebirth value, which is the number of rebirths we want the button to give us, and then when we do all of our rebirth calculations and things, we're going to increment our rebirths by this rebirth value. Now we can leave the rest as it is and close this script for number 1. Number 2, we're going to open, and this will be a rebirth value, and this will be equal to, let's say we want the second button to give us, let's say we want it to give us 2 rebirths. Then what we'll do is pass in rebirth value again, and of course we're going to want this to be double the calculation. So to get this double the calculation, basically we want this double the cost, so we're just going to change this from 1,000 to 2,000 everywhere. 1,000, 2,000, that's it. And that all looks good. 1,000 to 2,000. Click to rebirth, and this will be 2. Rebirth 2 in, like so. And now we'll do the same for number 3, which will be rebirth value equals 5 this time. We're going to pass in rebirth value, and because this is going to be 5 times the cost of the original, we're going to do times 5,000 plus 5,000 times 5,000 plus 1,000 plus 5,000 times 5. Basically, we're just replacing the 1 at the start with the number of rebirths. What you could do is say cost equals rebirth value times 1,000, and then you can put in cost in here. But I'm not going to faff about with all that. That's just extra calculations we don't need. We can just hard code these numbers because they're not going to change. So I'll just leave it like that. Just make sure you're not missing any calculations. And then we can say click to rebirth 5, rebirth 5 in. Now our fourth rebirth button, I'm going to have rebirth value equal to 10. I'm going to pass in the rebirth value. And this is going to be times 10,000 plus 10,000 times 10,000 plus 10,000 times 10,000 plus, and you get the point. Now you may get to the point where, yes, you do want to actually implement a cost variable, in which case I'll just do cost equals rebirth value times 1,000, so, and then we can just do times cost plus cost times cost plus cost times cost plus cost, etc. And then this will be click to rebirth 10, rebirth 10 in, and so on. And now last one, which is our fifth button, I'm going to have rebirth value equals 25, cost equals rebirth value times 1,000, times this by costs, plus cost, times cost, plus cost, times cost, plus costs, etc. We're going to pass in the rebirth value. I don't remember if we did that on the fourth one. Yeah, we did. Pass in the rebirth value. Click to rebirth 25 times. Rebirth 25 in. And so on. And there we go. We get the point. Now I'm going to make this background invisible. And we are going to add a handler, actually. So under our Rebirth GUI, we're going to add a local script. And this, we'll just call this handler. And this will manage the appearance of each of the values, whether they should appear or not based on the upgrade. So we'll start by saying local player equals game.players.local player because we're in a local script, so we can access the player. Local upgrades is going to be equal to player wait for child upgrades. So this is their upgrades folder. We need to make sure this is loaded in. That's why we're waiting for child. And then we'll say local rebirth level equals upgrades find first child upgrade free level. In fact, this should be wait for child. Upgrade free level. Local rebirth 1 equals script.parent.rebirth background .scrolling frame and we want 1. So this is our first rebirth button. So rebirth 1 is script.parent is the rebirth GUI.rebirth background .scrolling frame .1 or 1 in the square brackets, seeing as we can't just put dot and then a number. Then we'll copy this line, rebirth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So rebirth 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We could do a loop and set this to a table, but I don't want to overcomplicate things. Now we're going to do a while wait loop, while wait do, and we're not going to do this every ridiculous amount of time. We'll just do this every 2 seconds. We don't need to do this too often. What we will do in here is check our level. And if our level 0, we're going to have only the first button visible. If our upgrade 3 level's 1, we're going to have 2 buttons visible. If it's 2, we'll have 3. If it's 4, or if it's 3, we'll have 4. If it's 4, we'll have 5, etc. So say if if rebirth level dot value is 0, then all we want is rebirth 1. We only want the first button to be visible. And we'll say under here we can then say else if rebirth level dot value is 1, then we'll have rebirth 1 visible equals true and rebirth 2 dot visible equals true. And now we'll just copy and paste this a couple of times. So we'll have if the value is 2, then rebirth 3 dot visible will be true as well. If it's 3, then rebirth 3 and rebirth 4 will also be visible. And last but not least, if it's 4, then rebirth 1, 2, 3, 4 and rebirth 5.visible will be true as well. If the level goes higher than 4, so if they get level 5, 6, 7 and they don't have enough buttons, we are going to put a cap on that. We're going to put a max value. But for now, we'll just leave it at this. If you go higher than 4, you will... there'll be certain scenarios where you may be able to break the game, but we're going to fix that in the next video, where we'll add a max upgrade level. Anyway, we can now close that. And now under our event script, under the rebirth, where is it? .rebirth.onServerEvent. When we pass in the player, we're going to put a comma and value as well. Now, this value is the rebirth value that we've put in all the other scripts. So in here we're going to set the points.value to 0. We're going to set the rebirths.value, we're going to increase that by value. We're going to set the gems.value, we're going to increase by gems per rebirth, multiplied by value, because say you got 5 rebirths at once, you want to do gems per rebirth times 5. And something else we need to do is player.otherstats .stamina.value equals the default, which I believe is 250. I will have to double check that. So let me go to Leaderstats. We'll see under other stats, stamina is, the default's 250. So we'll set that back to 250. And if we're resetting the stamina, we of course need to say player.upgrades.upgrade. What was our stamina upgrade? So upgrade, let me open up the upgrade shop, make that visible. So +1 speeds per step, we can keep that upgrade, we don't need to reset that when they rebirth. This is just about choosing what we want to reset when they rebirth. We'll keep the number of rebirth buttons, we'll keep the speed per step, but we will reset the increased stamina upgrade because we want to reset our stamina. So we'll say player.upgrades.upgrade to level .value will be equal to 0, and player.upgrades.upgrade to cost.value will be the default upgrade to cost, which is 750. Equals 750, like so. And that resets all of our stamina. Now we want to also, last but not least, I'm just going to hide this. There will be a bit of testing in this video, by the way, everybody. We're going to want to reset portals as well. So to do that, after we've reset our stamina, we're going to say player dot, I want to say portals, is it player.portals, Leaderstats, player.leaderstats.portals unlocked equals 0. So .portals unlocked .value equals 0. And we want to, of course, delete all the P1s and things, because if we go to the island 2, if we go under portals, sorry, now go to our desert portal, we know that it gives us a P1, P2, and so on. We want to delete those. So to do that, under this events, we're going to put in a few lines after we set the portals unlocked .value to 0, and we will say while for I, v in pairs, player.portals :get children, if v.name is not equal to, and this will be portals unlocked, then so if the name of the object that we are looking at isn't portals unlocked, then that means it will be P1 or 2 or 3. Then we'll say v colon destroy, like so, and this will destroy it. And once we've done that, we're going to want to reset. Before we do that, actually, we want to respawn the player. So we'll say player.character. So player.character : move to, and we want to move it to a spawn location. Do we have any spawn locations? Island 1. We'll just move it to a random spawn location. Just pick one. So under Island 1 spawn, so we'll just pick this one. We're going to move to the position of this C frame here. Move to there. Maybe make the Y 2 or something, or 1.5, and then they'll fall down. So what I've done here is we're just moving the character to the C frame of a spawn location. just increasing the Y by a stud so that they don't go into the ground. Now I think that's everything. We're resetting the rebirths, the portals, the stamina. I think that's everything. So I'm just going to collapse my Explorer a bit down here, make it a bit less compact. I'm going to reset my data store to tutorial 6 because we want to test that everything works. I'm going to hit test and play. We're back at step 0. So we're going to start walking, we're getting points. Open our rebirths, we get all our buttons are visible, so we've made a mistake. So let's click stop. The reason this is happening is because we need to go under our upgrade shop, our rebirth GUI, and make all the buttons that aren't button 1 invisible. We only want button 1 to be visible. Now if we hit play again and hit rebirth, we see we've only got that first button there. So we're walking about. I'm just going to cheat a little bit, give myself some speed, some coins. So points 250, which is the number of stamina I have. I'll give myself a good few thousand coins. I'm going to exchange my points. See, we're walking nice and slow. Anyway, we're going to go over to the shop, and then when we buy something, we should be able to buy our stamina, and it will increase. And then we'll get a few thousand stamina. So here we go. So we're going to open the shop. We're going to get more stamina. We can't get our increased gems because we don't have any gems, so that's not working. So here we go. We've got 1.5 thousand stamina. That should be enough. So we've got 1,500 points. I don't want to exchange, so I'm just going to ignore that. I've not made a close button for that. I probably should have, but that's alright. So we've hit the second world now. Let's go over here. So you see we've got the portal. I'm just going to exchange quickly. We've got our rebirth button here, our singular one. Now if we do hit this, we should be able to rebirth. So let me get the number of points we need. So player points 1,500 or something like that. Rebirth, click to rebirth, you see we rebirth, and we've got a problem, unable to cast double to vector 3. So let's figure this out. That is because move to position vector 3. In fact, I'll tell you what's easier, rather than doing move to, so we'll just player.character.humanoid.health equals 0. This will kill the player and then they'll respawn at a random spawn point. Let's just do that instead. Okay, so let's try this again. So we're going to hit rebirth, click to rebirth. A character is not a valid member. That's because I spelled character wrong. So we're going to stop again and fix my spelling of the word character and play again. And it's just about testing this till we get it right. That's all this really is. So once again, I'm going to go to here. I'm going to set my points back to 1,500, although my stamina would have reset now. So I need to put my stamina back up. Set my points to 1,400, just so I don't get that thing pop up on my screen. Under upgrades, this will be upgrade 2 cost. We'll just set that type 155. We'll just set these to random values really, so we know they're reset. Now if we try this again, I am going to quickly unlock this other portal. I don't know if I can do that on 1,400. When I can. So we go back, we've got this portal unlocked. We hit rebirth, let's rebirth. It kills us. We're going to respawn eventually. We respawn. Now our portal's still there, so we'll fix that in a minute. But in the meantime, let's go over into our stats quickly because I can't bother to open the shop. Our upgrade 2 has all reset. Our stamina has reset. Our points have reset. Our rebirths have gone up. Our gems have increased. I am quickly going to go over to the portal. So we need to stop. Let me just check under our player.portals. Portals unlocked as reset and our P1's been deleted. So that's all worked. We just need to make it so we can't see it or touch it again. So to do that, we need to, under our rebirth script, under our event script, sorry, when we rebirth, we need to, well, we actually need to go through our portals and reset them. So to do this, what we'll do is under replicated storage, we're going to add in a new remote event, which will be wipe portals, we'll just call it. And in here, we'll call game.replicatestorage.wipeportals::fire client and pass in the player. Now under our portal script, under starter player scripts, we're going to say game.replicatestorage.wipeportals.onClientEvent::connect function, and we pass in nothing here. We just do the same old. So here what we're going to say is workspace.portals dot desert portals. We're just going to change each portal individually. So dot desert portal dot desert portal dot portal part. Dot portal part. We want the actual part of the portal that changes transparency. Dot transparency equals 0. Dot can collide equals false, and we'll do the exact same with the other portal. So if you've got multiple portals, you're going to have to do this multiple times. This will be dot winter portal dot portal part dot transparency 0 dot winter portal blah 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 blah, and you put all your portals there to reset the transparency and can collide. And this dot transparency should be 1 and not 0, sorry. Now if we were to hit play, you'll see it won't load in. We're going to have to test it again. Fun and games of testing. So we're going to touch this desert island. We'll go back. We've got the portal unlocked. We're going to rebirth when we can. Of course we have a rebirth now, so it's harder to rebirth. We need more stuff. So let me just give myself that. So we're going to rebirth now. We die, the portal disappears. If we were to go now and touch it, we won't be able to teleport, or we shouldn't be able to, so let's go try that. So here we go. So if we touch it, it shouldn't teleport us now, and it doesn't. Well, I thought it did then, but that's just my screen. No, it doesn't teleport us. Now if we just quickly exchange, you'll see we have 10 gems, 2 rebirths. So now what you'll see is we have 10 gems and 2 rebirths, and if we touch this shop, which we'll do here, you'll see we can get a new rebirth button, so I'm going to buy that. And if now hit rebirth, we have rebirth 2 in double the price. Let's get another one. I can't get any more because I need more gems. We should now have a rebirth 5 in 17.1k, which 5 times 3.3 is 17.1. You can just trust me on the maths there. Obviously, of course, this is all rounded, but you know, if you were to do 5 times 3.3, that comes out at 16.5. But this is all rounded, so it's not exact. But this is all completely correct maths, of course, because we're just rounding. So anyway, and there we go. So now if we were to get, I don't know, 10,000 stamina, get like, you know, 10,000 points or whatever, and we now hit rebirth twice, our rebirth should go to 4 and we should get 6 gems. So we just got, what did we get there, 10 gems, so you get 5 gems per rebirth. Yeah, that makes sense, that adds up. Awesome, and it all works. Now if we stop and reload, it should all save. Our rebirth buttons should have also saved, which is the key part. If we now hit rebirth, and our rebirth buttons have saved, our rebirths, everything saves, and it all works. Awesome. So everybody, sorry this video was really long. That is why I did the GUI in a separate one, because if I'm not sure how low I'll be able to cut this down in editing, but if I was to do the GUI as well, we're looking at a very long video, possibly as close to maybe nearly 50 minutes, if not longer, and it just wasn't a very good idea, so I've cut this down a bit. In the next video, we will cover maximum upgrades, so we'll be able to put a limit on the number of levels you can buy for the 3rd upgrade. So say you only have 5 rebirth buttons, you'll only be able to buy that upgrade 4 times, and then we'll put a limit on it. Now, of course, this limit will be adjustable. You'll be able to change it as you update your game and implement more stuff, but we're just going to cover the basics in the next video. So everybody, I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. Hello everybody, today I'm going to show you how to make a max upgrade so that you can only buy our 3rd upgrade, our rebirth buttons upgrade, a certain number of times before it stops letting you. So let's get straight into it. So to get started, I'm going to open up the Leaderstats script, and we're going to go under we're going to find our upgrade free cost under the Leaderstats, copy it all and paste it under here. We'll call this upgrade free max. Paste that into the name and the value, and the name is going to be equal to upgrade free max, like so. And the max level, we have 5 rebirth buttons, so at level 0 you're going to have 1, level 1 you'll have 2 buttons, level 2 you'll have 3, level 3 you'll have 4, and we've got 5, so we want the max upgrade to be level 4, because then you'll have 5 upgrade buttons, rebirth buttons, sorry, which is what we have. So I'm going to set the max by default to be 4. Okay, now we can close that, and under our started GUI, under our upgrade shop, and upgrade free, we can open up the text under the button, and where we've got the level, we can say ... and then a / to say out of, and then another ... player.upgrades.upgrade free max .value. And this will now display, so say we've got this to be level 2, this will say cost blah blah blah, gems, level 2 out of 4, for example. Okay, now what we're going to do is go under our events script, and under our upgrade free event here, we're going to drop down to above this if statement here, and we're going to add another if statement. This will be if player.upgrades.upgrade free level.value is less than player.upgrades.upgrade free max.value. Then, and now what we're going to do, we're not going to hit enter, we're going to go from this second to last end here, all the way up to this if here, and we're just going to hit the tab button on our keyboard, and this will do something called indent the code, which means it will go forward about 4 spaces, and it indents the code just to make it look nicer. Now you'll see we have a red squiggly line here, so if we hover over that, it should tell us something, which it expected identifier when passing expression got and then a closed bracket. Now this basically, it can be a bit confusing, but what this is really trying to say is we're missing an end basically. So expected identifier when passing expression. So what we can do is just drop down from this second to last end here, click the backspace, and we'll unindent this. I don't know if there's a word for that, dedent, I don't know. And we'll write in another end, because you'll see we need an end for this if statement and an end for this one. So now that red bar has gone. Now this is pretty much it. If we were to now hit test and play, I'm just going to play near the shop, play here. We don't need to save this value obviously because it's not going to change. Sure, you may update the game in the future, add more rebirth buttons. I'll show you how to do that for testing purposes. But if we run over here, we're going to hit buy upgrades here, we're going to click this, and we're going to see 2 out of 4, so we're going to buy that. 3 out of 4, we don't have enough gems to get it again. We've got 4 rebirth buttons. If we want to get it again, let me just give myself some more gems for the sake of it. So under Leaderstats gems, I'm going to give myself just 100 gems or something. So you'll now see if we get this again, we've got 19 gems, so we can buy it again, but it won't let us because we have reached the max level. And you'll see if we were to leave and rejoin, it will still be the exact same thing. We won't need to save it because it's a constant value. It never changes. It'll be the same for every player at all times. The max is the max. There's no way around that. So there we go. It still sells 4 out of 4 and we can't keep buying it. Awesome. Now let's say in the future we want to add another rebirth button. How do we do that? Now, to do that, under your Rebirth GUI, you're going to, as always, find your Rebirth, your scrolling frame. You're going to add a new button, which we'll rename to 6. Rebirth event in here, so the Rebirth value, I might make it to be 50. We can then close, this would be Rebirth 50, blah, 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 Rebirth 50 in brackets. We can close all of that now. I believe that's everything there. So we've now got another Rebirth button 6. So we need to go under the handler, copy this Rebirth button 5, we'll make this local Rebirth button 6, and this scrolling frame 6. And then we'll add a else if Rebirth level dot value equals 5. Then we want to add Rebirth 6 dot visible equals true. Now I know this looks a bit long and you can do this with for loops and things like that, but I'm not going to get into that much detail. It doesn't really matter. Unless you have like tens upon tens, you know, like 50 plus buttons, it doesn't really matter. In fact, actually that's pretty much it. We don't need to save anything in the data store, of course, because we don't need to. What we do need to do is under Leaderstats, we now need to go change the max value. So you know how before we had 4 out of 4 we couldn't buy anymore? Here we'll just make the upgrade free max to 5 because we've added a new button. We now hit test and play here, and we should be able to get the 6th button. So you'll see we've got Rebirth 25 in, we buy this next button, 5 out of 5, can't get it anymore. You'll see we've now got this other rebirth button. I know it kind of crops it out a bit. You can play around with your scrolling frame to fix that and your list layout. Now we are actually going really fast. We have 500,000 points, so we're going very fast. But you'll see if we were to go and click to rebirth 50 times, you'll see we get 54 rebirths. We get all the gems and whatnot. And when we respawn, you can change the respawn time as well. I'll be doing that. You'll see we're back to where we were. Awesome. So everybody, I hope you found this video helpful. What I will do actually quickly is go under starter player and change the character. Where is it? Not starter player. Sorry, I want players. I'm going to click players and change the respawn time to 0, just so that I respawn instantly. So now if I was to die, you'll see when I respawn, I'll die. I'll respawn instantly, reset character, and instantly respawned. Anyway, I hope you found this video helpful, everybody. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video, where I'm not actually sure what we will do. Okay, in the next video, we might start working on other island upgrades. So you have to say, maybe get like 3 upgrades here, and then you have to go to the second island before you can get more upgrades. And then you have to go to the third to get more, etc, etc. So I think that's what we'll do next video. So I hope you found it helpful, everyone. So I'll see you then. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make other island buildings, so that they have to go to other islands to sell their coins and get new upgrades. So to do this, what we're going to do is get our exchange building and our upgrade building. We're going to duplicate them and put this under island 2, right click and group as a folder, which we'll rename to island 2 buildings. And we'll drag these 2 buildings onto our second island. I'll show you how to do it for the third island later as well, and 4th and 5th, etc. if you have more. Just put these in the corner wherever we want them. Now we can close up island 1, and first thing we want to do is I'm going to work on our upgrade shop first. We'll come to the exchange points a bit later. So under server script service, under our shop scripts, we're going to rename this from open upgrade shop 1 to open upgrade shops, because at first I thought it would just make multiple scripts, but now it's probably more optimized to just do all of this in one script. So that is what we'll do. So we'll open up this script, copy this top section of code here, come down and paste it, and this will be game.workspace.island2 .island 2 buildings .upgrade building .upgrade pad .touched :connect function hit, and it's all the exact same code, but under shop events .show upgrade shop 1 we're going to make this show upgrade shop 2. Now under replicated storage, of course under shop events, we can duplicate show upgrade shop 1 and call this show upgrade shop 2. We can now close our replicated storage and our shop scripts and our even server script service. Okay, now what we're going to do under starter GUI, under our upgrade shop, under shop and scrolling frame, upgrade 3 is our multiple rebirths. I'm going to open that because what I'm going to do for our rebirth upgrade, I'm going to make it so at the first island you can buy 1 button, at the second island you can buy 2 buttons, and at the third island you can buy the rest. So I'm going to open up the text button, open up the text script for now. Okay, now in this while wait do, we are going to add in an if statement. We're going to say if player dot upgrades dot upgrade 3 level dot value is less than or equal to, no, it's just less than 3. So level, let's think, level 0 we're going to have 1 button, level 1 will have 2 buttons, so we'll say is less than 1, then we will use this code here, and then we'll say else if player.upgrades.upgrade 3 level.value equals 1 and player.worldboost.value is true. No, is 1, sorry. That means, of course, if the world boost is 1, we are still on the first island, so we will then say, in fact, what I'll do is I'll get this script.parent.parent.parent.description.text blah blah blah, copy that long line of code, And above this while wait do, we'll say local text function equals function, like so, and just paste that in. And then what we can do is just call text function like that. Else if player.upgrades.upgrade free level.value is 1 and the world boost is 1, then we need to say script.parent.parent.parent.description.text will be reach island to buy more or something like that. Reach island 2 to buy more. Now we'll say else if again, player.upgrade, else if player.worldboost.value is equal to 2 and player.upgrades.upgrade free level.value is less than, so let's think, so level 2 will have 3 rebirth buttons, so let's say free rebirth is less than level 2, then, so if we're on the second island and our upgrade level is less than 2, then we will just call that text function again, and then this should be our final else if, in fact actually we'll have 2 more, else if player.upgrades.upgrade free level.value is equal to 2 and player.worldboost.value equals 2, then that means we're on the second island, we've maxed out our value, our upgrade free level at level 2, so we then need to say script.parent.parent.parent.description.text will be reach island 3 to buy more. And then our final else if will say else if player.worldboost.value equals 3. And when I say 3, that basically means on the first island our world boost is 1, our second island our world boost is 2, our third island I believe the world boost I've got set to 3. Yeah, I have. Make sure it's just whatever your world boost value is for the third and second island, and fourth, fifth, etc. However many islands you have. More islands you have, the more else ifs you're going to have in this if statement. Else if player.worldboost.value is 3 and player.upgrades.upgrade free level.value. In fact, we don't even need the and on this one. Because it's the last island, we can just say if the boost value is 3, then we will let them buy all the upgrades because they'll be able to buy all of them on the third island anyway. I'm going to make one more function which will be called local hide button, which will set equal to a new function, and in here we'll say script.parent, which is the text button, .parent is the upgrade, .parent is upgrade 3, and then we'll say, no, we don't even need to say that, we just need to say script.parent, which is the button, visible equals false, because we don't want the button to be visible if they can't buy it. So then, where we've got these other texts here to say reach island 2 to buy more, we'll also call hide button. Same here, we'll call hide button. And we also want to show the button on the text function. So under text function, we'll say script.parent.visible equals true. And that should be it. So in case anyone didn't quite catch that, I know I kind of went through that a bit fast. Here's what your code should look like. Of course, if you have more islands, then you're going to have more else if statements and things like that. Let's now test that, hit play, and hopefully this works. World boost is not a valid member of players, so let's have a look. Where's our world boost? Our world boost is under other stats. Okay, so what we need to do is say player.otherstats.worldboost instead of player.worldboost. So player.otherstats.worldboost, 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 and player.otherstats.worldboost. Now if we hit test and play, this should all work. No errors in the output so far. So we'll exchange all of our points and things. Okay, we should now have enough to get ourselves more rebirth buttons. So the description has not actually changed at all. What I will do, in fact, is reset my data store, because I was thinking about it. If I've already maxed out my upgrade, it's not really going to help, is it? So we'll make this tutorial 7 or something. I will also add under the text, after all the else ifs, one final else where we will just call text function. Now if we hit play, let's do this again. So I'm just going to cheat and give myself loads of stamina, and then I'll give myself maybe 1,000 points. Let's give myself like 10,000 stamina, or 109,000, that'll do the trick. Anyway, so let's have a look at this. So, new rebirth button, so we need 3 gems, we're clicking it, it's not doing anything. We currently have 1 rebirth button, so let's give ourselves some gems. I've given myself 1,000 gems here, so we click it, and we get, here we go, another rebirth button. Now you see the purchase, we've got the green bar here, but the purchase is gone, so that is alright. If you don't want the green bar there at all, you can actually, well, all you need to do, I'll show you that in a minute actually. It's really easy, just another line of code. Reach island 2 to buy more, so we've got enough gems, we're clicking it, it won't do anything. So we need to reach island 2 to get more, so let's go to the second island. I'm not sure I can get here on 1.1 thousand points, but we'll give it a go. Absolutely not. Okay, so we now got a 2 times world boost. We go to buy upgrades here, and the shop's not actually opening, that's interesting. So let's have a look, why is the shop not opening? So we're going to stop the game. We'll have a little look. So under shop scripts, open upgrade shop. So game.workspace.island upgrade .island 2 .island 2 buildings .upgrade building .upgrade pad. Yes, .upgrade pad .touch :connect function here. Let's have a look under replicate storage. So .shop events .show upgrade shop 2. Yes. Aha, that's because we need to go under our upgrade shop, open upgrade shop 1. We need to say, in fact, we don't even need to do that. We can just leave everything as it is. This is my fault, sorry everyone. We can clear this, well actually we still need that, but we can just call show upgrade shop 1. We don't need multiple, we just call show upgrade shop 1, and we can delete show upgrade shop 2. I'm going to play here just for the sake of ease, so I don't have to run over here. So here we are, we're back on our 2 times world boost. We can click this shop, and here we go, we can buy more, so we get another one, reach island 3 to buy more. So we now have 3 rebirth buttons. Let's run over. I'm going to hit stop, because I've not even made the 3rd upgrade area, so we're going to duplicate the exchange building and the upgrade building. Duplicate those, and put this into island 3. We'll then right click and group as a folder, and rename this to island 3 buildings, and I'm going to drag these over onto island 3. Now back under open upgrade shops, we're going to copy this, drop down 2 lines, paste it, and this will be .island 3 .island 3 buildings .upgrade building .upgrade pad .touched, and that's it. Now I'm going to hit play again, make sure everything's saving. So see, we still have 3 rebirth buttons. We hit shop, so it's saying we can buy more. So let me have a look why it's doing that. So I'm going to hit stop. Under upgrade 3, open up my text. So it's in the else here. Under else, we want to just say, in fact, what we'll do is under the else, we'll just say, we'll call the hide button function. And we'll say, script.parent.parent.parent.description.text equals go to next island, or go to next island to buy more, something like that, because when we first load in, all our if statements aren't going to apply to us, so we then click it, go to next island to buy more. So we go over to the next island, and it says reach island 3 to buy more. So now we need to go to island 3 to test this. I do not have enough points, I don't think. Yes I do, wow. We'll click buy upgrades here, and we can buy the rest. Boom, 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 and perfect. So everyone, that is the upgrade shop on other islands. I'm not going to do the exchange today, but we have at least got the buildings set up ready. So in the next video, we will do the exchange buildings. So then when you click exchange, it will teleport you to the building on whatever island you're on. So I hope you found the video helpful, everyone. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make multiple exchange buildings, so let's get straight into it. So as you can see, we have already duplicated all our exchange buildings into new islands previously. Now I'm not going to make different exchange buildings, give you different multipliers, because that is what the world boost is for. I'm just going to make it so you don't have to teleport all the way back to the first island to exchange your coins. So what we need to do is under starter GUI, under our cell GUI and our background and the exchange button, we want to open up that local script where we move the character. And where we've got this if humanoid root part, or if you're using R6 if lower torso, underneath that we'll say if player dot world boost dot value is equal to 1, then that means we're on the first island. So we're going to do this a very similar way to how we did the shop in the last episode. And then what we'll do is cut this player.character.move to and paste it into there. We can leave this button.parent.visible underneath the if statement, because we don't need to call that each time, we can just call that once. Then we'll say else if player.worldBoost.value equals 2. Then we're on the second island, because the second island's world boost is 2. Then we'll copy this player.character.move to line again, and this time it'll be game.workspace.island2.island2 buildings .exchange building .coinpad .cframe .p plus vector3.new. And now one more time we'll get else if player.worldBoost.value is 3. Then we're on the third island, and so we want to move to game.workspace.island3.island3 buildings .exchange building .coinpad .cframe .p blah 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 blah. And that's literally it. So now if we were to hit test and play, you'll see if we go on the first island, it will teleport us. So I just need to make sure, let me decrease my stamina. So I'll just go to other stats, stamina. Okay, so we need to do .otherstats.worldboost as well, sorry, before we test that. So we'll do player.otherstats.worldboost, player.otherstats.worldboost, and player.otherstats.worldboost. Now we'll hit test and play, and I'm just going to quickly give myself 50, 20, not even that, just 5 stamina, 0 points, just for testing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this should teleport us to the first exchange, which it does. Now what I'll do is quickly drag myself over to the second island. I know this isn't good practice, but save me having to get the speed and stuff. So I'll just go into the server mode, drag my character, who has fallen by the looks of it. Where is he? Yeah, he died. So we'll just grab him, drag him over. It's a bit tedious, but should be able to do it. So now we're on the second island. So now we get 5 points. Now it should teleport us to this one here, which it does, perfect. Though it's not actually exchanging, so we'll fix that in a minute. We know the teleports are worked, but we'll fix the rest in a minute. And now what we'll do is drag the character over to the third island here. And now when we hit exchange, it should send us to this one. And it does. So all of that is working. It's just we need to make these other 2 pads actually sell points. So under server script service, under exchange coins, where we've got this .coinpad.touch, we're just going to copy that whole thing, drop down, paste it again, and this will be .island2 buildings, and it'll be the exact same. All the code inside will be the exact same. In fact, what I will do for the sake of ease, we'll create a local, we'll create a new function. So we'll say local, we'll call it exchange coins equals function, and then in here we'll cut all of this code, paste it, and we're going to pass in hit as well. And then in here we can just say exchange coins and passing in the hit, like so. We'll do that here as well, because we don't need to change any of this code. And then we'll copy this again, and this will be .island3 buildings. And that's it. So now if we hit test and play, hopefully it will work now. So first island, we hit exchange when it prompts us to exchange, and it works. Second island, we know all the teleports work, it's just a case of do we get the correct amount of money. So here we go, exchange, yep, that works as well. And now we've just got to test the third one. So we click exchange, and that works as well. Perfect. So that is literally it. That's all there is to multiple exchange buildings. So I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe. Okay, so we are actually closing up on the end of the series as well. I think in the next episode what we will do is maybe work on teleport GUI, so if they've unlocked an island they can just teleport to it pressing a button, they don't have to do all the parkour again. Because we are getting to that point now where it's sort of just adding what you would like. This is the main core features of the game, the rest is up to you. I'm not going to go through pets and things like that because they're very complicated and I don't really want to get into that. I'm sure you can find some tutorials out there for things like pets. Trails, I think we might cover trails, I'm not 100% sure yet. I will want to try and cover races as well, but I can't guarantee that will happen in the series. That might be a standalone video in the future. But I think next video we'll cover teleporting if you've already unlocked the island by pressing a button, as opposed to a portal, because I know running over to the portal can be a bit tedious, so we can add a teleport GUI. And then I think after that we'll cover some developer products and game passes. And then I think that will be it, unless I get more suggestions. I will have a look at races, I'll give it a thought, but that might just be a standalone video in the future. So thanks for watching everybody, I hope you found it helpful, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make developer products for your Speed Simulator game. We're going to cover coins products in this, so you can get plus 100 coins, plus 500, plus 1,000, plus 10,000, etc. And then I'll just show the basics, and then you can go and make as many developer products as you'd like. And then in the next episode we'll probably do game passes. So let's get started. Under starter GUI we're going to add in a screen GUI, which will be our dev product GUI. Okay, now in this dev product GUI we're going to add in a text button, which we'll rename to, let's call this, we'll call this like 500 coins. And I'll set the size to, what I'll do is I'll copy the size of the Rebirth button and just paste that into here, because I think that's a pretty good size. We'll get the same colour as well, just trying to make the game look presentable. Like this will do, on the right hand side of the screen. In fact, I'll make it a bit smaller because we don't really want it to be popping out at the user's screen. We don't want it to be an eyesore saying, you know, buy this here. So we'll make this text plus 100, plus, what was it, 500 coins. And I will give it a UI corner, be 0.30 or something. And then we'll duplicate this, bring it down. And this can be plus 2,500 coins. Basically just making it how you would like it. We'll duplicate it again. Then you're going to have to try and even these out correctly. You could use a frame and a list layout, but it's just a bit of extra work. So we know that between the 500 and the 2,500 coins, the 500 is 180 from the top, the 2,500 is 236, which is a difference of 56. So from 2,500 to this, we'll make this 10,000 coins. And now I'll duplicate this one again, and this will be the last one I'll make. And this one will be, I'll make this like 50 or 100,000 coins. And this one's going to be a bit harder to even out. We will actually have to look at the positions. So position the Y 0.453 there. At the 2.5k, the Y is 0.366. So 453 minus 366. That's a difference of 87. So we have to do this. So we have to do 453 minus 87 is 366. Okay, now we actually need to go and make these dev products. Now before we do that, I'm going to hit game settings, and we're going to go to security and allow third party sales and hit save. Now I think you only have to do that if the developer products you're selling aren't your own. But I do it anyway. I don't think you have to do it if they're your own dev products, but I do it anyway just to make sure. Anyway, now we need to go head over to our game. Okay, so under your creator dashboard on Roblox, under your game, you want to go to associated items and go down to developer products, and create a developer product. Now you can upload an image, I'm not going to. And here we'll call this plus 500 coins for the first one, and I'll make this cost like 10 Robux, and click create developer product. Then we can create a new one, plus 2.5 thousand coins, and we'll make this, if the last one was 10, this is 5 times 500, that's 50, we'll make this 45 Robux, just to make the users feel like there's a bit of a deal there. Then we'll make this one plus 10k coins, and this is 5 times 45, or 5 times 45, which is 225, so we'll make this 220, just constantly making sure there's a bit of a deal on each purchase. And then plus 100k coins, which it will be 220 times, which will make this one about 1,500 Robux. Which is of course by far the best deal. Although that's very expensive. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but I'm not going to be selling these anyway. So now that we've done that, you'll see under each product we have an ID, and this ID will be very important. You can just leave these for now. Just leave this tab open in the background. So back to our product here. We're going to get all the nitty-gritty stuff out of the way first. We'll come back to programming the buttons, but for now I want to get the processing of the receipt done. So under server script service, we're going to add a new script, which we will rename this script to product handler, and this is where we'll handle our developer products. So in here, first of all, we need to say local marketplace service to get the marketplace service. So we'll do game::get service marketplace service. And then we need to get the players service, so local players equals game::get service players. In fact, I'm going to do these with capitals just to make it easier. And then what we'll do here is say local product IDs equals, and then these curly braces here, which creates a new table, and we'll do a table of all the IDs. So the first ID will be 500 coins, so let's go back into Roblox. And we want to copy the ID under here. Now if you can't directly copy it, you'll have to click on it, go up to the URL and copy the second string of numbers. But if you want, you can just type it out and copy it from here. So we'll paste that first number in there, put a semicolon on the end, and keep repeating. Okay, so here we are. I've pasted all my IDs in order as well. Make sure your IDs are in order, otherwise you might get confused. So 500 coins here, the 2.5k there, the 10k there, and then the 100k last. And I've also added little comments here so we know exactly what code relates to how many coins. Okay, now that we've done that, we will go to, we will need to say marketplace service dot process receipt equals function, and in here we're going to pass in the receipt info. Now this is a function that is automatically called when the player buys a developer product, and it will automatically pass in all the info, so the player's ID, the name, things like that, the product ID, and just things that are necessary. So in here we need to first of all get the player that has processed the receipt, so we'll say local player equals players :get player by user ID, and here we'll say receipt info dot player ID. Make sure all your capitalization is correct, it is vital. Now what we'll do is we'll say if not player then, so if the player doesn't exist, if this is just for whatever reason the player doesn't exist, we need to return enum dot product purchase decision dot not processed yet. So this means if the player doesn't exist for whatever reason, we are going to return the not processed yet, meaning that the receipt wasn't processed because the player doesn't exist. So we won't call any more code. That's it. We'll be done. Anyway, what we will then say after this if statement, we'll do another one. So if receipt info dot product ID, spelled exactly the same, equals product IDs 1. Because the first item, so this 1 in square brackets means the first item of the product IDs table, which is the 500 coins ID. So if that's the case, then we need to say well, we need to give them the coins. So we'll say player. In fact, I'm just going to do PLR for short because player is a bit long-winded. So player dot leaderstats dot coins dot value plus equals 500. And then after this if statement, at the very end we need to say return enum dot product purchase decision dot purchase granted. That's very important that we do these returns here. Now back in this if statement, we'll say else if receipt info dot product ID equals product ID is 2. Then we want to give the player 2.5 thousand coins. So we'll just copy this, paste it in, plus equals 2,500. Now we'll copy this else if again, paste it, and this will be, if it's the third item, we want to add 10,000. And finally, if it's the fourth item, we want to add 100,000. And that is it for this script here. Now we actually need to make the buttons work, so I will leave this open a minute so we can keep referring to these IDs so we don't have to go back to Roblox. So under Starter GUI, under our 500 coins, we will add a local script. And in this script, we're going to say local marketplace service equals game colon get service marketplace service once again, and we'll say local button equals script dot parent, just so we've got that in a variable, and then we can say button dot mouse button one click colon connect function, and here we need to here's where we will prompt to the product purchase. So we'll say marketplace service colon prompt product purchase, passing in the player. So let's make a player variable, local player equals game dot players dot local player. So under this prompt product purchase, we'll pass in the player and the ID. So this ID for the 500 coins, let's go back to our product handler. 500 coins, this is the ID. I'm going to copy that and paste it into these brackets here. Now that's the 500 coins done, we can duplicate that, put that in the 2,500 and just replace the ID with the 2,500 ID. Same again, duplicate, put it in the 10,000 button and get the 10,000 coins ID, paste it in. And for the last time, paste it again, get the 10,000 ID, the 100,000 ID, sorry, and place that in there. And that is it, I believe. So if we now hit test and play, you will see we have 40 coins at the minute. If we hit plus 500, so let me just exchange this a minute. So you see we have 61 coins. If we hit plus 500, and buy this, so this is a test product purchase, by the way. Your account will not be charged for this if you test it in Roblox Studio. So if we hit 10 Robux, so we're going to pay 10, and it should give us 500 coins, which puts us at 561, and perfect, it does. And you see if we sell, and it still keeps going up, so now we're at 572. Now we get plus 2.5k, and this should put us at, there we go, 3k, so that works. 10k should put us at 13k. Yep. And 100,000 should put us at 113,000, and it does. And you can buy the same ones over and over again. Plus 2.5 thousand coins, there we go, done. Now if we hit stop and press play again, you see we reload with the same number of coins we left with. So that is perfect, everyone. That is developer products done and dusted. So thanks for watching. I hope you found this helpful. In the next video, I need to get more stamina. Going to work on some game passes. We'll do a game pass, one game pass per video, just to make sure they're all clear. I don't know what game pass will do, but I'll have a think about it. I also want to have a look at a couple of other things for the series. I'm not sure if I'll go through with them, but I want to have a look at them. So thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you found this video helpful. Please leave a like and subscribe, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to make a GUI for game passes, because over the next couple of episodes we'll make a couple of game passes, and today we're just going to cover the shop GUI for the game passes. So under starter GUI, what I'm going to do is cheat a little bit and duplicate the upgrade shop, and we'll rename this to Game Pass Shop. Now under this Game Pass Shop, we're going to delete the Open Upgrade Shop 1 script for now, and this shop will we'll just rename that to background, and we'll make it visible. Now of course we have a scrolling frame here with upgrades, so as we add more game passes, if you add more, then it will automatically create a scrolling frame with them. If you find it kind of cuts off a bit, you can just go into your scrolling frame and play around with the actual size and position of the canvas. But for now we're going to just have one upgrade in here, and all we need for this upgrade, we'll keep the line off. The actual button, we'll keep that as well, but this won't be upgrade, this will just be purchase. The description, this is now going to be changed manually, we're not going to do this via script, so we'll just, first of all, we'll make the name. So the first upgrade, this will just be Game Pass template, for now we'll just call this, and then we'll make the description. This will be the description for a Game Pass, or something like that. And then what we're going to do is duplicate the name text label and rename this to price. We'll drag that down to about here, in line with the purchase button, sort of middle, kind of between the purchase button and the edge of the screen, like this. And I'll maybe make this different colour. This will just say the price, so I might make this maybe purple or something, it's up to you. Let's just call this 100 Robux or something like that. And this is our little template here. We of course need to make the shop open and close. Under the purchase button, we have the fire event and the text. We're going to delete both of these for now. But what we will do under the inside the Game Pass shop, forgetting the background, we're going to add in another text button, which we will rename to open shop. And we'll add, well, first of all, let's design this button. So I'm just going to copy our Rebirth button. So if we go under Rebirth GUI and open Rebirth, I'm just going to duplicate that and drag that into the Game Pass shop instead of making our own one. And then rather than open Rebirth, this will be open shop. And now inside here, we've got this local script. So first of all, let's drag this down underneath the Rebirth button. We might want to make this a bit smaller, because not everyone's going to want to have the Game Pass shop button as big as the Rebirth button. So there we go, we drag that down a bit, and we'll make this say Game Pass, Game Passes, something like that. Design it how you'd like. And in this local script, we're going to have local button is script.parent. We'll also say local background equals button.parent colon wait for child background. So when the background's loaded in, we'll set that to a variable named background. And then what we can just say is when this button is clicked, we can say background.visible is not equals not background.visible. So what this means is if the visibility is false, it will set it to true. If it's already true, it will set it back to false. And the close button as well, let's quickly program that. So under the text button, we've got this local button, and we'll say local background equals button dot parent, which is the background, and then we can just say background dot visible equals false. Now if we quickly set this background back to invisible, hit test and play, you'll see that when we hit the Game Passes, we get the upgrade shop. In fact, we need to rename that text label, but you see this all works. We can open and close it. I'm just going to quickly change this text label at the top to say, rather than upgrade shop, we need to make this say Game Pass shop. So under the header, all we'll do is rename this to Game Pass shop. Now if we hit test play and do this again, it should look quite nice, and it will look basically like the normal shop, but just a Game Pass shop. So there we go. Purchase button won't do anything yet, but you can see how this all sort of comes along. You can add images if you want for the Game Pass. I know Game Passes do have images, so in fact we'll do that as well. We'll add an image to the side. So if we open up the background again, now what we'll do is under our upgrade 1, we'll just kind of squash all of this in a bit, or well, actually we don't need to do that. What we can do is just get the name, move that across maybe 70, maybe 80 pixels. So we'll get 80 there, along there, and this, because then what we can do is fit in a 75 by 75 image, and then what we And then same with the description, but this time we'll just shrink it so it's in line once again with the title. And the price, same again, we'll just move that along so it's sort of in line with the purchase button, the title, it's kind of in line with all of it. Or we can just clip it to the name like that. And then what we can do is add an image label, which we'll rename to icon. Set this to a size of 0.10, 0.10, and then we can resize it using scale and not offset. And we've got enough room here to sort of put it about 75 by 75 pixels. So 75 by 75, and we can just sort of drag that up there with this green line, and it looks fine. And if we want, we can add in a UI corner of maybe like 0.20, and it looks good. So I hope you found this video helpful, everyone. That is literally it. If we were to now go and make this invisible again just for next time, that is all I wanted to show you. You'll see if we were to go ahead into our upgrades and add more upgrades, it automatically gives us a template each time, so then we can make as many as we want. In the next episode, we will script our first game pass. I don't know what game pass that will be, so I'll quickly rename this to template game pass rather than upgrade 1, and that's it. Make that visible again. So yeah, that's literally it. So in the next episode, as I say, we'll work on the first game pass. I'm not sure what that will be yet. I'm thinking maybe ×2 speed or rebirths or gems. Probably cover all 3 of those. I'll give it a think, find out exactly what kind of game passes we'll cover. We'll cover one of them in the next video. So thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you found the video helpful. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe, and goodbye. Hey everyone, today we are going to make a 2x coins game pass for our speed simulator. Now I've got a few game passes planned. I'm going to do 2x coins, 2x speed, 2x coins, 2x points, and 2x rebirths. They're the 3 I think I've got planned. I can't actually remember. But in today's video, we're going to make a 2x coins game pass. So to get started, we're going to create the actual pass, go under to your place, and under associated items, we're going to click on passes and click create a pass. Now it's very similar to creating a developer product. You will actually have a default image for a game pass compared to a developer product. You can change this if you'd like, but I'm just going to leave it as it is, and I will name this 2x coins. And the description is going, now you'll see that there isn't a price, we'll come to that in a minute. The description is going to be, with this game pass, you will receive a double coin bonus or something like that. I'm just going to leave mine blank, but you can come up with whatever you would like. And I'm going to hit create pass. Now what we need to do is put this on for sale. Now you have to make this public because when we're testing, of course we need to actually be able to get the game pass. Otherwise it will say that this game pass is not being sold or something like that. So to make it public, just click on it and you can go under sales, item for sale, tick that and make the price whatever you'd like. I'm going to make my price, for example, 25 Robux, and hit save changes. We can now go back to associated items, and we are actually done with the game pass. We will come back to it because we're going to need the ID, so I will just leave this open. Okay, so here we are in the project. I'm going to make our game pass shop. First of all, under the background, under the scrolling frame, where we've got our template game pass, I will rename this to double coins, and we're going to change the name to be 2x coins. The price I think we set to 25 Robux, so you can make that whatever you'd like. And the description will make with this game pass you will receive a permanent 2x coins boost. Okay, now under our Game Pass shop GUI, we're going to add in a local script, and this is going to be our local Game Pass handler. This will be the local one. We will have a server script as well, but for now we're going to focus on the button presses and things like that. So first of all, we need to say local marketplace service equals game : get service marketplace service, because of course we need to get the marketplace service. We have to do that all the time, whether that's game passes, developer products, third party sales, avatar, just anything like that, we have to use marketplace service. Next, what we'll do is we'll basically grab a list of variables which lead to our purchase buttons. So we'll have a local background equals script dot parent dot background. In fact, we could actually use wait for child wait for child background. Now, what wait for child will do will wait until the background has loaded in before it runs any other code, essentially. Now we can get a local coins game pass equals background dot scrolling frame dot double coins. And what we want to do is actually get the text button. So what is it called on here? It's called dot purchase dot text button. So this will be our coins game pass button. So what we will also do is say local player equals game dot players dot local player, because it's always useful to have the player in your local script. Now we'll get our game passes. So we'll have a local coin game pass ID equals, and for now I'll set it to a bunch of zeros. And we need to say coins game pass button dot mouse button one click connect function. And in here we're going to prompt the purchase. So to do this, we'll have to say local success, comma, error message equals pcall function. And in here we'll say has pass equals marketplace service user owns game pass async player dot user ID, comma, and then we want the coin game pass ID. And sorry, I just realised I've used PLR for short. Now what we'll say is if has pass is true, then we will print player already owns the game pass, and there's nothing that we will do. Or in fact, we could change the text to say we could change the text of the button to say already owned. So we could say coins game pass button dot text equals already owned, or something like that, just so the user knows they already own the game pass. Now we'll say else. So if the game pass isn't owned, we want to prompt the purchase. So to do this, we'll say marketplace service prompt game pass purchase, passing in the player and the game pass ID, so coin game pass ID. And that is basically it. Now to get rid of this error here, if you hover over it, it says it's only using the enclosing function. So we need to say local has pass at the top, and then we can get rid of that, because what it means is we are creating has pass in a local scope. So by just creating a variable at the top of the function or the method, we are eliminating that problem. Now coming back over to this screen here, I'm going to copy the 2x coins game pass ID by clicking the 3 dots and copy asset ID, and we can then paste that into this coin game pass ID here and close up this script. So you see now if we hit test and play, when we hit this here, it actually says already owns the game pass, because we've created the game pass, so we own it. There's nothing we can do about that. I'll show you how to test the prompt in a minute. Now to actually apply this boost, what we're going to do is under our exchange coins script, under the exchange coins function, well first of all right at the top we need local marketplace service equals game get service marketplace service once again. And in this exchange script here, when we are adding the points, we need to say if marketplace service user owns game pass async, passing in the player dot user ID and the ID of the game pass. So then, and what we want to do is add the points again a second time, and this will give us double points. That is how this works. So we're going to add the points, then if they have the game pass, the 2x coins game pass, we're going to add the points again. So if you add something one time, then add it again, you've added it twice, that's doubling the points. That's how this will work. So you'll now see if we hit play, we will already own the game pass, so that is how we will be able to test that this actually works. So let's close the game pass shop. So you'll see we have got, I'm just going to reset all of my stats to a somewhat default setting. I don't really know why I've got so much coins and stuff. I don't remember. So we'll just set our coins to 0. So you'll see as we exchange, so we have 10 points, so we should get 20 coins with this Game Pass, and we do. You see it takes a little while, but that's because the system has to process that they've got the Game Pass. Once they've done it once, it'll do it like basically every time. You'll see if we get 10 again and then stand on it, you'll see it goes up to 74 pretty much straight away, or 78 even. And yeah, you can see it works. Once it'll take a little while the first time, but once it's done it, it won't keep constantly taking ages. There's just that first time there might be a second or so delay, and then it'll do it each time. So that is perfect. We know the Game Pass is actually working. If we were to stop and play again, we know it would still work because it's an if statement. Now, the problem comes with actually prompting the purchase, because we've made it, unless it's a group project, we already own it. If it's a group project, you will not actually own it straight away, so you won't have to worry about this next part. Okay, so to deal with not actually owning the pass but still testing it without having to rebuy it and delete it and whatnot, if you go under test and make this local server up here and just set it to 1 player, you only need to test it with 1, and then hit start. It might take a little while to load, but it's going to load up a server, which it has here, and it's going to load up a player. Now you are interested in the player, so here we go. And what this is just basically a player. It'll have your skin or whatever, your avatar, but it is just a player with a new save profile. So I can now hit Game Passes. If I was to actually go and sell now quickly, just so I can demonstrate this. So you see I've got 36 coins, I've just redeemed some. We've got so 36 coins. How many points do we get when we touch the pad? So we had 12 and we now have 48, so that is adding 1. We can now hit Game Passes, hit purchase, and it prompts it. You'll see it's the right price and it's the right title, so that's now succeeded. We click it again, it's prompting it again, but that's because what this is when you basically buy a Game Pass in Roblox Studio, the Game Pass doesn't actually last. It is just a very temporary split-second thing, and then it will go again just for the sake of testing the prompt to the purchase. So now that we've purchased it once, in real Roblox this will not happen again. You can only buy a Game Pass once. That is just a Roblox thing. It's nothing to do with the way you script. So don't worry if it keeps saying buy again. You can only buy this once. Roblox will deal with that on their side. You don't have to worry about any scripting here. So that will then say already owned, as we see, and it will only give us 1 coin because it removes the Game Pass as soon as we buy it. But we know from testing it on our account where we have the Game Pass that it works. And that is it. Now what I'm going to do is actually close the Game Pass background. Let's quickly make that invisible. So you know that works now. That is our 2x coins Game Pass done. In the next video, I think we'll do 2x Rebirths, and then we'll build our way up to the final Game Pass video I have planned, which will be 2x speed or 2x points or something like that. So thanks for watching this video, everyone. I hope you found it helpful. If you did, please leave it a like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hey everyone, today we're going to be making a 2x Rebirth Game Pass. Now in the last video we made 2x coins. It's going to be very similar the way this works, just double Rebirths instead. So to get started, we're going to go under Game Passes and click Create a Pass, and this will be 2x Rebirths. I'm going to then create this pass, and as like last time we have to click on it, go to Sales, Item for Sale, and I'm going to make this one. Now 2x Rebirths is a bit more powerful, I would say, than 2x coins, so I might make this one 75 Robux. These are all relatively cheap for Game Passes. It's just for the sake of the video, really. I'm not releasing this game, so I don't need them expensive or cheap. I don't need them a good price, so I'll just make them whatever. And then we're going to hit Save Changes, and we can then go back to associated items under our passes, and here they both are. Now we're going to copy this ID a bit later when we've made the script, but in the meantime let's head into our game and we'll make the scripts. Okay, so here we are. Now to make this, it's going to be very similar. First of all, we're going to make the GUI to buy this, so let's open up our Game Pass shop, make the background visible, and open our scrolling frame. We're going to duplicate the double coins, and of course we're going to rename this to double rebirths. Open this up now. Once again, these images, of course, you change to be the image of your Game Pass, but because my Game Passes don't have any images, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to make the name of this 2 times rebirths, and I will make the price, I think we set it to 75 Robux, and the description: with this Game Pass you'll receive a permanent 2 times rebirths boost. Perfect. Now under the local Game Pass handler, we're going to copy this local coin Game Pass ID, paste that in, and this will be local rebirth Game Pass ID. And then I'm going to copy the asset ID of the rebirth button. And then I'm going to paste that in here, and there we go. Now we have our coin Game Pass ID and our rebirth Game Pass ID. Now let's make the Rebirth Game Pass button variable. Under this local coins Game Pass button, we're going to create local Rebirths Game Pass button, which will be equal to background.scrollingFrame.double rebirths.purchase.text button. And then we'll copy this entire mouse button one-click connect function, paste it down here again, but rather than coins Game Pass button, this will be Rebirth Game Pass button. Well, the rest of the code will be the exact same, except rather than coins Game Pass ID, we're going to be passing in the Rebirth Game Pass ID in the user owns Game Pass sync and prompt Game Pass purchase as well. You will now see if we hit test and play. We will already own the Game Pass. Unless you're on a group, you won't own it, you'll have to buy it yourself. But if I click this, it's saying that this one's already owned. We do own both of them, but it's saying the top one's already owned. So why is that? Well, let's open up our script, and it will be a really simple reason. It is because we're setting the coins Game Pass button text to already owned and not the Rebirth Game Pass button. So let's just change that. Test it again. And because I made both of these Game Passes on my personal account and not via a group. In fact, I've just realised I've got that wrong. I've made this as a group project as it is. So if this is a group project, you're making a group Game Pass, you will still own it. I didn't know that. That must be something new. Before, I'm pretty sure you never used to own Game Passes that you made on a group. But I guess if you own the group, you own the Game Pass. That must be something new. I wasn't aware of that until just now. So forget what I was just saying about if you make this on a group game, you'll have to buy the Game Pass. Apparently you don't. I didn't know that until just now, so sorry about that. So if we now hit 2 times rebirths, you'll see it already owned. If we hit 2 times coins, already owned. So we can now stop this script and let's make it so we actually get 2 times rebirths. So if we go under server script service under our exchange coins, you'll see what we've done is check to see if the user owns the Game Pass. And if they have, we've just given them the coins again. We did that in the last episode. It's going to work very similarly. So let's go under our events script, and under the rebirth, what we want to do is, it's going to be slightly bit more advanced, but not particularly. We're going to go to where we are adding our value and our gems, do all of that. And of course, if we're getting double rebirths, we're going to want double gems. You might not want to. You might want to make it so double gems is its own Game Pass. But I'm going to do gems and rebirths in one. So once we've given the gems and the rebirths, we'll say if we need to first of all, actually before this if, sorry, at the top, add local marketplace service equals game : get service marketplace service. And then we need to say down here, if marketplace service : user owns Game Pass async, passing in player.user ID and the Game Pass ID, which is, if we go back under the Game Pass handler, this is the Game Pass ID. So if they own that, then we just want to give them it all again. Now, if you only want to give them the rebirth, just forget this gems line. If you want to give them the gems line in a separate rebirth, just put this gems in its own user owns Game Pass async statement. And that is it. Now, if we hit test and play, we will be able to test this because we own the Game Pass. Let's, first of all, we need to rebirth. So if we hit rebirth in 1.1k, I'm just going to cheat a bit, give myself coins. So I'm going to give myself 10,000 coins. Oh, it's points, isn't it? It doesn't go by coins. Sorry, that's that's just me being silly. So I'm going to first of all make my stamina 1,500, just so I can actually have enough points to rebirth. I'll give myself like 1,200 points. Now I can click to rebirth. You'll see I should get, well, we're going to get 1 rebirth, which means we get, what, 10 gems? Or is it 100 gems? I can't remember. But we should get 2 rebirths and 200 gems, or 20, whatever it is. So rebirth, we get 2 rebirths. I think we got 10 gems. So let me make sure. I can't remember how many gems we give them per rebirth. It might be 5, in which case it works. So I'll just have a little look under the event script. Gems per rebirth is 5. Yes, so that does work. Perfect. Now I'm just going to test this with more rebirths, because we've got multiple rebirth buttons. I want to make sure it works for all of them. So I'm going to try it with the rebirth 5. So I'm just going to give myself 20,000 points and 20,000 stamina. I'll give myself 18,000 points. So now if we click to rebirth 5, that should put us at 12 rebirths and 1,003 gems, I think. Don't know, my maths is not bad. It's a bit bad at the minute. 1,013, sorry, and 12 rebirths. There we go. Perfect. So that is working. Now let's quickly test the prompting of the purchase of the Game Pass, sorry. So to do that, first of all, I'm going to make this background invisible. Hit test, go to local server, make sure this is on 1 player, and hit start. We covered this last episode. This will open up a server and a local client, basically. We're going to go via the client. This client will have your avatar and everything, but they will not own the Game Pass. So I'm going to hit Game Passes and hit this. And do you want to buy 2 times rebirths? Yes. And perfect. So it works. So that is it for the 2 times rebirths Game Pass. It's quite simple. So it's a bit more than the 2 times coins. I mean, of course, last video we actually had to write all the script. This one we're mainly copy and pasting it. But the fundamental idea of you're having to change 2 values instead of 1, unless you're making a gem rebirth separately. It can be a bit more confusing, but really it's not that difficult. Next video we're going to look at 2 times points. Now that's going to be, it probably won't be too bad. It'll basically be the exact same. There might be 1 or 2 changes. I'm not too sure yet. I think it'll basically be the same though. So thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hey everyone, today we're going to make the 2 times points Game Pass. Now, to get started, we're going to, as we have in the past 2 episodes, go down to our project in the Creator Hub, go to Associated Items, we're going to hit on Passes, create a pass, and this will be 2 times points. And I'm going to create this, and what I'm going to do is, first of all, click the 3 dots, and not the 3 dots, sorry, just click on the icon, and then we can go to Sales, and put it on for sale and change the price to whatever we would like. I'm going to equal this with the Rebirths Game Pass and set it to 75. Hit Save Changes and then go back. And what I'm going to do is just first of all copy the ID, just so we don't have to come back to here. So I'm going to go to the 2 times points, click the 3 dots, copy the asset ID, and then we'll head into Roblox. Okay, so here we are. First of all, we're going to, under our starter GUI, we're going to go under our Game Pass shop, make the background visible, and find the double rebirths, and we're just going to duplicate it and rename this to double points. We're going to hit open this up and go to the icon, or not the icon, sorry, the purchase button. And what we're going to do is first of all go to the name and change this to 2 times coins. Not coins, sorry, points. Not with it today. Then we're going to go to the price, that's still 75. The description: with this Game Pass you'll receive a permanent 2 times points boost. Then we can close that, and under our local Game Pass handler, I'm going to paste our new ID in, and then just before this I'm going to say local, and this will be points Game Pass ID equals, or just point Game Pass ID equals, and then this new ID here. Next we need our local points game pass button, which will be set to background.scrollingframe.double points.purchase.text button. And then we'll copy all of the Rebirth Game Pass button function here, paste that in again, and rather than Rebirth Game Pass button, this will be Points Game Pass button. And then this Rebirth Game Pass button.text down here will be Points Game Pass button.text. And rather than passing in the Rebirth Game Pass ID, we want to pass in the Points Game Pass ID. And that is it for the local Game Pass handler. Now under our workspace in our event script, whenever we add a point, this is where we are going to use our if statement where we see if the user owns the Game Pass. So we need to find where our points are, so they're all here. What we'll do is say if marketplace service : user owns Game Pass async player.user_id and passing in the Game Pass ID, which is, if we go back under here, let's find our Game Pass ID, see the Game Pass ID there. Then we'll say player.otherStats.points.value plus equals 1. And then you can add the Rebirth value again if you'd like, and the upgrade 1 level value and all that, but I'm not going to do all of that. Now we can close that, hit first of all close this background here, make that invisible, hit test and play, and we can see if this works. So we'll start by seeing if we actually get multiple points per movement. So let me just pause this. What I'm going to do is under my stats, I'm going to go to my Leaderstats, set my Rebirths to 0, just so I'm only getting 1 or I'm getting 2 points every single step. I should only be getting 1, but I'm getting 2, and that's because our 2 times points is working. If we were to then give ourselves some Rebirths, let's give ourselves 5 Rebirths, we would typically get 10 points a step. Oh, here we should get 11, so it should go from 78 to 89, or 85. Is that right? So 1 plus 5 is 6, plus 1, so we should be getting 7 a step, so this should go to 92, which it does. There we go. Perfect. So I hope you found this video helpful, everyone. That is literally it. If we want to quickly test the prompt, let's set up our local server of 1 player. Here we go. So now I'm going to hit Game Passes, go to our 2 times points, and hit purchase, and it prompts it. So that is it, everyone. That is all I wanted to show you. That is basically it. There's one more thing I want to quickly fix, because I know a few people have had problems with their data store. So I'm going to quickly cover that now. So back into our main game, under our data store script, what I'm going to do is, rather than using in this else where we've got these local values to save here, and then we've got else ds : get async player key values to save, we're going to use : set async. That was my mistake. It should have been set async from the start, but I made a typo and just never noticed it until everyone started pointing it out. So this should fix a lot of problems. If it's maybe not saving your data, this should fix it. So now that that is fixed, I'm just going to quickly test and make sure our data is still saving. So I'm just going to get, say, 135 points. There we go. 169, there we go. If we stop and hit play again, it should all work. So here we go, and yes, 169 is saved. Now if you're walking and you're not getting points for the first few seconds, that is because in our event script we are waiting, maybe it's not the event script, the movement script I think it is, speed manager, no, it must be under starter player scripts movement, here it is. We are waiting 4 seconds before we do anything. You can just make this maybe 1 second, it's just to stop errors really. Just make that wait 1 second, and then you should be getting points basically straight away without having to wait. There we go. And that might fix any problems where you're waiting a while for the points to start working and racking up. So thank you for watching this video, everyone. I hope you found it helpful. This is the end of the series now. I don't plan to do any more episodes on it. I know I've had a few other suggestions, but I think it's time to move on. This is just an update of an old series, just made it a bit better, more optimized, more features. Everything else is kind of very specific to each person's game individually. So I don't want to just do entire episodes based on something that only one person wants in their game. I want to be more generic with the features that sort of everyone will want in a speed simulator. So that is why I've done this. I think this is all right point to leave it. I know some people have suggested things like races. Again, not everyone wants races, so I'm not going to cover it. Also, it's very complicated. It's not something I plan to really cover yet. I want to sort of move on from this series now and look at maybe getting more involved with Unity videos, Unity 2D, maybe Unity 3D, I'm not sure. I want to kind of expand the community a bit. We've really focused on Roblox a lot at the minute, and I want to sort of grow that. So I think I'm going to look at a UI course for Unity 2D next. I know someone suggested that I do a course on that. It won't be a very long one, not as long as this, I don't think. But it's just another thing I want to work on, just growing up with Unity. We will still do Roblox videos and maybe Scratch as well. I don't do the Scratch videos, someone else does. But we've just both been very busy at the minute and not had a lot of time. So that is why there haven't been many of those. Roblox, as I say, towards the end of the series, the videos did start coming out slower. Once again, because I've not had the time. I've been very busy, so I do apologise. But I think we'll move on now and look at other series ideas and maybe expanding. We'll still do Roblox videos, as I say, just expanding a bit more. So thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you in the next video, and if you found this helpful, please leave a like and subscribe if you did, and goodbye.